everybody, and welcome to Rime of the Frostmaiden. We are so fucking excited to have you guys here. Okay, mostly me. I've been like shaking a little in the back. I'm so stoked that we're here. We've been working with all of these amazing players for about a year now to bring all of this together and bring it to you. And we are so excited. If you don't know our wonderful players, I'm going to take a second to introduce all of them to you since this is their first time here on screen for this campaign. So I hope you're all ready as we do that real quick. So first we'll go just in order as I've got them up here on the screen. So the first is the beautiful, wonderful, perfect, precious, so many smooches for her face, my love, Tubby365. If you guys don't know her, if we can get a shout out for her from one of our mods. Ooh, 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 ooh. She's beautiful, wonderful, amazing. She streams, so you definitely need to go check her out. And she does these really awesome commissions, some of which you'll be seeing coming to you soon. So you've got to check her out. It's fantastic, just like her and all her work. Ooh, 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 ooh. So that being said, that is our queen, our babe, our blessing. Next, we've got Lou, who I got to hang out with all day yesterday if you guys were there. Otherwise, if you don't know him, he is a variety streamer, does a lot of DVD, is super, super good at the game, and also very knowledgeable about it. Don't look over your shoulder like I'm looking and talking to somebody else. He is so much fun. He's so sweet. You need to go check him out. Beautiful. Thank you so much for the shout out for Lou. Directly below me here, we've got the wonderful enigmatic Nick. You may know him here on Twitch as Bored to Tears, with his absolutely inspiring mug. It's got all of us a little heated up, even in spite of all the cold that we're about to go through. If you guys don't know, the guy down here in the middle, that's my beautiful, wonderful, darling husband, Bradley. He's pretty neat, does a bunch of really cool other streams with us, like the Gentleman of Calendria, so you've probably seen him over there. And then last, but certainly not least, is our beautiful friend, Josh. Don't say, yeah, least, like that, is our beautiful friend, Josh. You guys have seen him before when we did Baldur's Gate, when he played Delatrecht, the lovely little guy that we all kind of miss getting to see, but he's bringing us a new exciting character and has agreed to come back to play with us now, and we're super, super happy to have everybody here. Super excited. That being said, we're gonna do real quick housekeeping for everybody real fast. So tonight was originally scheduled to have a ladies D&D session, just so we could focus today entirely on this. We are canceling that session, so this is the only session we will have today. That allowed us to just put all of our time and energy into making sure that we brought you the best session one that we could, and that we were as prepared as we could be for all of the amazing storytelling that is about to happen today. Our next streams will be next week. It'll be some more variety gaming, and I will get that scheduled to you guys probably tomorrow. Again, no stream Monday, Tuesday, but I will see you guys on Wednesday. Otherwise, I think there was somebody who said that they wanted to throw their hat into the ring for our ad voting that we've got going on. Are you ready to introduce your little video?
Putting on proverbial hat, yes. Yeah, so I'm not eating any peppers. Sorry, Jacob. I'm stepping to that level of promotion, but I did happen to see this little teaser trailer for this product that I think is absolutely wonderful and works, and I think it would be fitting if Rose would play said video to show it to you guys, because I honestly think it's fantastic.
So y'all check this out.
There is a story of a wondrous formula of hydration, focus, and energy. People traveled far and wide in search of this formula, and while many tried and failed, only one man succeeded. One man who risked it all in search of hydration. This is not the story of that man.
Man, it's so hot out here. It's almost like the desert or something. Where can I go and find some proper hydration? Wait, what's that? My bedroom. all you gotta do is just use Advanced GG. Just go to advancedgg.com. They have everything you need, whether it's hydration, focus, sleep aid, everything. Man, just go to advancedgg.com. Just make sure you support your favorite streamer. Use Rose 10 at checkout.
This is not a paid ad. All purchases help to support your favorite streamer, Appalachian Rose. Go to advance.gg and use Rose 10 at the checkout.
You can see that.
So that is the next ad being thrown into the ring against Superstar and against Orfeo. So you guys will be able to vote for that this week. So the voting will open up at the end of this session or during our first break. Whichever, you know, I would say comes first, but obviously the break will come first. Whatever I get to it. Either way, make sure that you guys vote to support somebody, and we will hydrate with the lovely Advanced GG today. So thank you so much for the hydrate reminder. If there is no other business, then you guys, I think it's time for our new intro video. We'll see you on the other side.
So, you want to hear the tale of the Rime and the Frostmaiden?
We bow to she who wears the crown. Let the world shiver with dread. Clad in winter's whitest gown, her snow enshrouds the dead.
Her fury sheds but frozen tears as grey clouds issues forth. Her wind across the wasteland shears, bringing blizzards from the north.
Ass-kissed flowers caught mid-bloom, beauty kept in all its grace. Summer's gone to its silent tomb, stillen in her cold embrace.
All the world in winter's white, sheathed in sleet and ice, set upon never-ending night, she conjures paradise.
Behold the everlasting rhyme, see how it covers all. Weep not for those she traps in time, behind a glacial wall.
Sovereign of summer's lost,
General of winter's war.
long live the Queen of Cold and Frost. May she reign forevermore.
Welcome to Icewind Dale. Icewind Dale itself has become trapped in a perpetual winter. Ferocious blizzards make the mountain pass through the spine of the world exceedingly treacherous, and this land has not felt the warmth of the sun in now over 2 years. In fact, the sun no longer appears over the mountains, not even now in what should be the height of summer. In this frozen tundra, darkness and bitter cold reign as king and queen. In this, most Dale residents blame Auril, the Frostmaiden, the god of winter's wrath. The shimmering aurora that weaves across the sky each night is said to be her doing, a potent spell that keeps the sun hidden and at bay. Dale folk live in a scattering of settlements known as the 10 Towns. The drop-off in caravans coming from the south and the travel between the settlements in this never-ending winter has left everyone feeling isolated. Although each town has resolved to appease the Frostmaiden with sacrifices of their own making and choosing, of one kind or another. There has been no respite from winter's fury, and none seems forthcoming. For adventurers such as yourselves, 10 Towns is a place to test one's mettle and, in the spirit of the heroes who have come before, leave one's mark on this frigid and blighted land. It is here, in the town of Termalaine, where your story begins with the meager inn known as the East Side. On the exterior, you are able to see what seems to be a series of buildings, all of which are ultimately connected underground in a little bit of a bid of protection from the harsh conditions outside. As we zoom in to the front of this building, as the door opens and we see our first player emerge, Josh, if you would like to describe your character for everyone.
Well, picture, if you will, just the biggest son of a gun you've ever seen walking through a door. And then shrink him down just a little bit. Not by much, just a little bit. And picture, if you will, also on that fella's back, just the biggest axe you've ever seen. And then 2 smaller ones at the sides. Now, as you have completed that mental picture, I want you to also imagine something in between the soft, just absolutely nostalgia-inducing qualities of your favorite Rankin Bass Christmas specials, and the clear, confident support, structure, and strength of the guy on the front of Brawny Paper Towels. I will throw the door open and let it chip just a little bit of wood off the top, and as it does, I will take that little piece of wood and throw it under a table that has not been sitting right since it's just been put in. And I will make my way to the bar, put my fist down on the table, and say, 1 glass of mead, please.
As you place your fist down on the small sort of, almost, we could call it a bit of a bar, you see the woman behind it, who you've become a little bit more familiar with, jump, as she, you spooked me a little bit coming in.
That's my bad, I'm very sorry, that was uncalled for.
No, it's all right, I was just going over the newest of Vernon's little missives, and you see her place down what seems to be like this small, like newspaper flyer of sorts that she's been looking over. I can certainly get you one of those ales right quick. Do you need to warm up? I believe there's still some room over by the fireplace if needed.
It's a scorcher out there today, but I'll go take a seat over there, sure.
I'll bring your drink right over. As she turns and begins trying to pull out a small tankard for you, goes around, starts kind of working to get that ale together for you, and you begin to make your way over to the fireplace. You do see, silhouetted in one of the mismatched armchairs that is here within the entry of the inn, another figure. Lou, if you would like to describe your character for everyone.
Right, the name's Naughty. Picture this, if you will. A nice, tall, 6'3" looking fine specimen of a man. Mind you, he has a little beer gut, but who doesn't? And slight little beard, looking a little bit scruffy. Just over here brooding over a nice little cup of ale. Just enjoying the warm fire. That's about it.
All right. As you make your way over and kind of find yourself a space in one of the chairs kind of around this fireplace, Naughty, you kind of glance up and see this figure approaching as he kind of makes his way and sits down beside you.
Salutations there, friend.
Cheers, big ears.
I don't have a glass yet, but I'll pick something up to cheers.
As you reach down, you do pick up what seems to be another one of these little like newspaper-esque kind of flyers and just kind of cheers with him a bit.
Brings you in today.
Not really sure. This place seems a little familiar. Just wanted to get away from the cold a bit. What about you?
Just making the rounds, seeing what needs doing, and making sure it gets done.
Right. Fancy a drink?
I think I'm waiting on one.
And about now, you do see the woman known as Marta kind of shuffle over and carefully put what is already, you can see some like almost edges of frost kind of coming in on the edges of the glass in towards your drink, just from how absolutely bone-chillingly cold it is. As she places it gently down for you on one of these little side tables, gives you a small nod. Anything else that either of you need for the time?
I'd like another if you would.
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
She'll...
Go ahead and make that too.
Oh, certainly. She'll scoop up your tankard, Naughty, as she grabs it and begins making her way back over to her little corner.
I just absolutely throw this ale back.
I like your style, mate.
I burp loudly. Cheers to that there, friend.
I respond in kind.
All right. A moment or two passes as she begins to make her way over with two tankards, and you hear over behind you as she's walking towards you. Oh, good morning. Good to see you. Let me know if you need anything. As you see another figure kind of emerge up from these underground tunnels that connect the buildings. Nick, if you would like to introduce your character.
Of course. So the first appearance that you would notice as I'm emerging is this long neck belonging to an Aarakocra. Looks to be a swan, black beak, completely white feathers, just a little bit of a slight red tinge to them. Wearing this elaborate black leather armor. Sort of looks to be carrying a harp at a first glance, but closer you can see that there are these bowstrings attached to it. Looks to be more for fighting than for a weapon. And the first thing he would do would be look to see if there's a bulletin board or anything in this.
Okay. As you look about, you do see what seems to be as makeshift a bulletin board as you've ever seen. You see a series of different small, sharp knives in different states of care or newness to them. In a section on the wall here where people have just been taking and putting up flyers and stabbing them to the wall and connecting them with these different knives. You do see that there's several different things, including what seems to be a few little almost flyers and a few different like notes that have seemingly more recently been added given the state of the knives.
What would like one of the recent ones
Absolutely.
be? If that's...
So you see two more recent ones. One with the marker, "Are you ready for adventure?" and one with the marker here, "Monsters in the Gem Mine."
Kobolds here. Well, this, I guess it could do. I guess it's a decent reward as well. It might get me a good night's sleep here. And I'll take the poster off the wall.
Easily enough done. As you see Marta place these 2 drinks down, here you go, gentlemen. Setting them down on the side table. She'll turn around and, fancy, getting some work done around here. I believe that you could talk to the speaker. He might have a bit more information for you if you're looking to take the job up.
Why, yes, that would be absolutely wonderful. Where could I see this speaker?
Oh, I've heard recently that he's been outside of our local tavern. You might have seen it, the Blue Clam.
I'm sorry, I'm not a local. But yes, that sounds like great news. I can go over there and check. Right, but before I go, can I have an ale or something first to warm me up?
Absolutely, I'll be happy to get you an ale, and the fire is going for the time being. You need to warm up a bit. And actually, if you fancy yourself needing a tour guide, Esteban over there, and she kind of points to one of the gentlemen by the fire, has been here for a little bit and knows his way about the town somewhat. He might be able to get you over to the Blue Clam.
Which one is he? Is he the...
I burp loudly.
Oh, that would be him right there.
Ah, wonderful. That must be his calling card. Okay, I'll go over there and talk to him now.
Right, and I'll bring you that ale in just a moment. And you see her kind of turn and move over to go and start rinsing out yet another little tankard.
I walk up behind Esteban, and I sort of peek over around the side of you, so this swan head comes into view.
I have a full tankard tipped back.
Oh.
Before notice.
Excuse me, sir.
Well, greetings there, friend. What can I do for you?
Yes, I'm in need of a guide to the Blue Clam, I believe it was called. And the lovely barkeep, she suggested that I could come talk to you.
I will stand and stretch and put my hand out. Well, if someone needs taken somewhere, Esteban Saskatchewan is happy to do it. And I will put my hand out ready to shake.
You have quite the big hands, sir. And I'll extend my hand as well.
And it is just the softest handshake you've ever had.
You know, this is even softer than when I had down feathers.
I will look at my hand. I don't think I've got feathers there, pal.
Well, so long as we're holding hands, you would have feathers in your hands.
That is true. I will turn. Friend, I don't believe I introduced myself to you either. And I will put my hand back out. I don't believe I got your name.
Oh, talking to me, mate?
Wait, which?
Hey.
Oh, name's Nai. Nice to meet you.
A firm handshake as well.
Hey, you got some soft hands there, mate.
Thank you. I moisturize. You gotta stay so. It gets dry out there in the 10 towns.
Oh, best believe I know what you mean.
But I'm happy to take you to the clam. No problem.
Well, I appreciate that greatly. I realize I didn't introduce myself. I'm Rothbart. I'm a traveler, just trying to come across any cool stories that I can find.
Ah, well that's exciting. Any cool ones lately?
Oh, well, you know, there's a story here and there. They don't really stick too much. Oh, I did see a wolf, and it was very cute.
I'm enthralled and on the edge of my seat.
About this time, Marta comes over, places the ale down alongside you, Rothbart, and kind of silently steps back, allowing the lot of you to talk.
So, what kind of wolf we talking here? Dire? Smaller dire?
Oh well, no, I'm pretty sure it was alive. I don't think it was. But
big, little, medium.
About this time.
Oh well.
You hear a squeak as the door opens up yet again. There's this huge rush of cold air and some snow that blows in through the doorway as another individual enters in. Tubby, if you would like to introduce your character for us.
So, in the doorway, you see a lot of brown because the human woman that just entered is cloaked in fur-lined garments. They're very thick. She's got a fur around her neck. She's wearing a raccoon skin cap. You can tell that she is well equipped for being in this space. She's got a cloth over her face, and has very round glasses. On her shoulder, you see a snowy owl that is kind of giving the side eye to everyone in the tavern. She looks around and makes eye contact with every single individual in the tavern, as if pocketing that information for later. After taking stock of who all is around, she nods her head slightly and goes to the end of the bar, away from all of the individuals that are already standing there. Raises a finger to request the barkeep come over, and she requests a small glass of wine just to take the edge off of the cold.
You see Marta kind of shuffle over as you're able to pretty easily overhear this conversation amongst the gentlemen by the fireplace. She welcomes you in, begins pouring you that glass of wine. You see it takes a second. There's a moment where she kind of, so sorry, give me just a moment. And you see her get a end of a wooden spoon that looks like it's clean, and she sticks it in the bottle and has to slam it over and over until you hear a crack where it seems a little bit of some ice had formed at the top. Continues pouring this now very chilled wine for you and sets it down on the bar.
Well, much obliged. Just need a little something to take the nip off of this cold.
Oh, well, the fire's going up until dusk, so if you need to step over, the gentlemen are... I mean, there's certainly a bit of character, one of them at least, and I'm sure they'd be happy to make some room for you so you can warm yourself.
Appreciate it. Do you think that they are all making to wet their whistle? Or is things going to get a bit rowdy in here?
Looks like from the lot of them that they're all more than happy to enjoy a few drinks, warm up themselves, and I believe some of them will be heading out soon to see about taking up that job offer over at the mines.
Interesting. Well, thank you, and pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Oh,
and she walks over and takes a seat over by the fire, off to the side, ready, not quite ready to invite them into her life, but wanting to warm up more than anything.
All right. So, gentlemen, as you continue your conversation about the wolves that have been seen or not, you do see this human woman who entered kind of sit herself a little bit of a ways separated from you, as close as she can get to the fire.
I just give her a little head nod and cheers in the direction.
I'm too engrossed in this story about the wolves.
So when you're saying big or small, big compared to me or big compared to you? Because you're twice my height.
We're talking a wolf the size of a horse, the size of a wolf that's larger than the size of a horse, or we're talking about a wolf that's the size of a wolf that's smaller than a wolf the size of a horse.
You want to repeat that, mate? Got a little.
I don't know. I don't know that I can, if I'm being completely honest.
Right.
I glance over at the woman who has just sat down, and I notice the owl on her shoulder, and I say then to the group, "Do you reckon that that could be my second cousin or something?"
I don't know that I see the resemblance quite necessarily.
And
I'll hold
she
up
just
to do a cheers.
she lifts her wine to cheers in reciprocation, but also has this like dumbfounded look on her face, like what are you talking about?
Maybe a distant cousin, mate.
I don't.
Well,
Perhaps. And she leaves it at that.
As the four of you are sitting here around this little bit of the fireplace, you hear on occasion what sounds like Marta kind of going about doing some of the chores, and almost absent-mindedly to herself, she begins to sing, and you're able to overhear the song that she sings.
Ahead of winters when she came, the lovely woman
I kind of
with no name.
listen over it because I've
Draped in
noticed.
a
I feel like I've heard
fur-lined
it before and
cloak
just
of
kind
red.
of like zone out to
the
it.
icy lake she fled. Winds pursue
Right, that's a nice voice there.
her all the same. As sure as night, she's dead.
And she just seems to absent-mindedly sing this to herself over and over as she goes about her chores.
That's just lovely.
Nice to know that there's some talent in this town.
I mean, I could belt a few tunes, you know, once I get a little bit of ale in me. I'm not gonna say it's great, but I will still belt them.
I will gesture for another couple rounds.
Right, sorry, I'll be right over with that. And you see and hear again the clink of all the different glasses and such in the back as she
We'll have
goes
to-
about getting some more drinks for you all.
Take you up on that there, pal.
Cheers.
So, good sir, Esteban, you've already been living here, or you know your way around town, but, how about the both of you? Are you originally from Termalaine, or?
Mate, you want to go first? It seems like you've been here. You mentioned you were doing your rounds earlier.
Oh, that's me. I'm Esteban.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, no, not quite. From. You said I'm in Termalaine right now. That tracks. That tracks. No, not quite from. I'm from here and there. You know, there and around. And you know, just making my way through the 10 towns. How about you there, partner? I will. Just to you, Lou.
Not from Termalaine, no. I'm from a little town down yonder, called Tagos. Nice little town. Just fancy to get out a little bit and check the scenery.
Cheers, I'll drink to that.
So where are you from, mate? And I point to Rothbart.
Oh, well, I didn't know that. Me and Esteban grew up in the same place. I'm from here and there as well. My flock, we traveled around quite a bit, but so I wouldn't say I really have a specific home. But I just arrived last night. Quaint, a very quaint town, I'd say. And how about you, Miss? And I'll gesture to your character.
Yes. I suppose it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. My name is Katrine Gloridew. You may call me Kat, though. I'm not from here originally. I was raised by Bryn Shanda. In Bryn Shanda, of course. She just stops.
And, it's alright to ask, who's the friend you have with you? And he taps on his shoulder.
And she looks up at her shoulder where the owl is like fluttering its wings like semi-aggressively. And it's like, well, her name is Winifred, and she would appreciate being spoken to with a bit more respect.
Well, it do be like that sometimes.
Be like that, it did.
I apologize, and I flutter my wings. It is wonderful to make your acquaintance, Winifred.
Winifred like settles down and is just like staring directly at Rothbart, like making eye contact, peering into his soul. And Kat says, I do wonder what secrets you keep. She's not typically this agitated.
Well, imagine it this way. Imagine if you saw a human that was like 5 times your size, you would be a little bit agitated as well, wouldn't you?
Yeah, the giants, we've all seen them.
And Kat just goes, I do suppose you may have a point. Very well. Calm down, Winifred. It's all right. He's fine. She gives a little side eye. For now.
I start drinking.
She also takes a sip.
About this time, you see Marta kind of make her way over. It does look like we're running a bit low on some firewood. Could I trouble one of you, perhaps, to run out to the shed outside and pick some up for me?
I finish whatever tankard I'm on, slam it down on the table. It would be my pleasure.
Oh, thank you, Esteban. Thank you very much. If you need anything, just let me know and I'll get you another ale if you want for when you come back.
I appreciate that greatly. Rothbard, if you want to follow me out, I'll point you towards where the clam is, but I'll take you there later too, so you know where we're going.
Yes, sure. I can join.
As you make your way outside, there is a brief moment where if you haven't braced yourself enough as the door opens, you almost kind of get blown ever so slightly back just due to the intensity of this blizzard wind. Again, there's a great big burst of wind and snow as the door opens back into the space, this blast of cold air, feeling almost even more icily cold. For those of you who've been sitting by the fireplace, as you step outside and into the street here in Termalaine. Easily enough, you are able to kind of point, out, kind of up to the, for sake of ease of explaining where you are, to the northwestern kind of corner of Termalaine itself. Kind of gesturing over towards the coast along the lake for Rothbart's information as to where the blue clam is at, Esteban, before you begin to make your way around the back of the building, kind of on the very edge, the very outskirt of the town where the little firewood shed is at. Are you having Rothbart walk with you?
I'll walk with me, yeah. And I'll explain, so you go this way. You take a right, you take a left, and then you take, if you can believe it, another right. And you just keep on that way for a little while. But I'll walk you up there. I'll introduce you to the fella inside. We'll get you set up square. What you going to the clam for anyway? I didn't catch that.
Oh, I had seen this notice about there being some monsters in the nearby mine. I figured I'm a little in all honesty, I'm a little strapped for cash. And so I figured, you know what, why not?
Fairly,
you know, as-
quick and easy job, I hope, you know?
No, it's just like this song that I heard about a bird going into a coal mine, and nothing wrong ever happened in that story, so I figured I should try that
I've
too.
heard that one. I'm pretty sure I took away the same thing.
As you round the corner and finally are within sight of the fire shed, you see this large figure kind of moving within. Bradley, if you would like to describe your character.
So, as you round the corner, kind of just barely peeking past the edge of this opening of what I would assume is a smaller, just little outbuilding that stacks of firewood are placed upon. The first thing you see is just like a dancing silhouette of an absolutely hulkingly large creature that is like hunched over into this small outbuilding. As you creep closer towards this instance, you see this over 9 foot tall hulking mass of different patchwork furs and leathers that seem to be like very poorly sewn together with large bands of leather, thick pieces of twine, just whatever else could be kind of cobbled and scrapped together. And in places where you can see through just these old ruined leathers and pelts, you see just large patches of thick white fur that are just kind of poking and jutting out in different directions. As the pairs of boots kind of crunch in the snow as you walk towards this woodshed, the little bit of movement and rustling you see stops suddenly, and you see this figure's head swivel around. And the first thing you notice as the creature's head moves is these 2 massive, long, almost like yellowed white tusks that extend out from the face, and a long, maybe 3 or 4 foot long snout, all covered in this thick white fur. Turn and just kind of look out at the pair of you slowly making your way in the direction. And from what you can see in the very bit of dim light that is cast in this area, just a furrowed brow over each of these dark like blackened pupiled eyes, just kind of staring out at the two of you as you march your way closer.
I am still rambling about, the clam. When we get there, we'll get you, we'll get you squared up. Those monsters sound like pretty nasty business. You ever cleared a mine before?
Rothbart doesn't even respond to. He's just staring at this 9 foot tall person, very much overshadowing his 5'2" frame.
I'll turn and look. Oh, hey there, pal!
Esteban.
Hey, more talk! I will go in for the manly hug.
Mortok will like let you come up and hug his side. He just like kind of looks at you a little with trepidation, just kind of like allowing you to do this before like gingerly putting this giant paw of a hand on the top of your head and like patting you.
I will turn back to Rothbart. I will start picking up firewood. This guy, I ain't seen him in months, What are you doing in town?
Watching. Waiting.
Classic Mortok.
Esteban, who is this?
This is my buddy Rothbart. Rothbart, this is Mortok. Mortok, this is Rothbart.
Pleased to make your acquaintance.
You just hear like a gruff, rumbly growl in response.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I don't know that language.
He slowly turns his head, looks back at you, Esteban. Yeah.
I'm stacking so much firewood.
I'll like turn around and reach out with my trunk and grab another log and just kind of like gruffly put it down in the stack that he's built up on his arms.
Ah, thank you there. God, you look cold out here, pal. Why don't you come inside and grab a drink?
No.
Well,
And
I'm
I
not
just,
going
like,
to try.
Big booms sit down now in this little outbuilding shed and just stare more evenly close to your eyes now at this point.
Would you like me to bring you one out?
You see, like, there's this briefest crack in the facade of hesitation when you ask the question of just like a little bit of like, oh really, would you? But then like quickly replaced with this hardened exterior. You see him kind of glance over his shoulder one direction and the other, and then looks back and says, mulled wine would do nicely.
One mulled wine coming right out. I will... The stack that I have put in my arms, I will toss up and catch in the crook of the axe and slap Rothbard on the back. Come on, let's take this back inside and bring out a drink.
Yes, that sounds great. I would very much like to be inside.
And easily enough, the two of you make your way back around and into the building. Almost running square into Marta, who's beginning to open the door, almost as though she's going to leave to come look after you, and she... Oh, Esteban! Perfect, wonderful. I think you've brought plenty in. We should be good for a few days, and she kind of just takes in the giant pile that you were bringing in of this, wood.
Do you need it split more, or is this good?
I think it's good, but I might have you split some for me, in a 10 day or two.
No problem. Oh, can I get the biggest tankard you've got of mulled wine?
Certainly, I'd be happy to. I did set you an ale over there, but I'll be right back.
Oh, this one I'm taking to go.
You see it almost like the wheels turning in her head a little bit, trying to like make it make sense with yes, to go. You'll bring the tankard back though, right?
Oh yeah, of course.
Okay. Yeah, if you'll feed the fire a few logs, you know, we don't have to put the fires out till about dusk, so build it as large as you like, within reason, of course. Yes, and the mulled wine, right? And she kind of moves off to go and start putting together a mulled wine for you.
I'll rip some logs, throw them on the fire. Tell Rothbard I'll be right back, and I'll take that outside.
She will gesture to you and look, this big enough, and it's ever so slightly bigger than what you have as your mug. Okay, perfect. You see her pour in, and you see that there is barely any kind of steam coming off of it. If you need it any hotter, feel free to set it like kind of on some of the coals in the fire. It should be able to warm up a little bit further for you, but here you go. And she will hand over to you this mulled wine.
I will take that outside.
Alright. As you walk around the outside of the building and make it back to Mortok, you can see the steam almost completely start to dissipate by the time that you reach him, just from how cold it is outside.
I run to get it there while it's still hot.
So, Mortok, you see Esteban kind of running through some of the deeper trenches of snow here along the outskirts of the city, over to you with this mulled wine.
I think at this point I've made a little, just almost nest for me to sit down within this woodshed, and I've like grabbed a smaller piece of wood, and I'm slowly starting to start whittling just something to mind my time with it as he kind of rounds the corner. I look up and I'll reach out with my trunk and kind of grab the tankard and pull it back in.
I'll sit for a spell. Yeah, absolutely.
I'll set the tankard down on an upturned log, and then lower the tip of the trunk into the tankard, and you just see it quickly drained up.
Classic Morduck. I'll sit out here and shoot the shit for a while. It's not that cold.
It has been growing colder.
I am visibly shivering, huh? I hadn't noticed. Why you think that is?
I'm not sure. I think it is why I am here now.
You think Termalaine's making it colder?
Perhaps.
I will pull out the newspapers that I snagged from the bar and go, oh, maybe it says something about it in here. I've already looked through them, but I figured, you might want something to read.
I'll reach out and take the paper, look at it, and then just crumple it up into a ball and stick it in a pouch on my side.
Yeah, I read that quick too. I can't read.
You know I cannot.
Yeah, me neither. But don't tell nobody. I got an image to keep up. I ain't seen you in months. What you been up to?
Walking.
Watching. Waiting.
And waiting.
I feel that.
You have stayed safe in the winter's cold, I would imagine.
Yeah, as safe as you can be. Warm as you can be, and I will hold up my tankard of ale that is now frozen. And I will just lick at it like a popsicle.
Estevan does not need to stay out with Morduck. You can return to fire if you would like.
I mean, there's plenty of room in there if you want to join us.
Glancing with a little bit more disdain now that you've offered it again. I will wait.
Yeah. Well, don't skip down without saying bye to your old buddy this time. Like you always do. But that's okay. I understand. I'll cheers, and I will head make my way back inside.
I'll reach out with the trunk again and hand you the empty tankard.
Oh yeah,
continue with my whittling.
Take the tankard back in, and I will make my way inside.
As you enter back in, Cat, Naughty, and Rothbart, have you all been conversing still amongst yourselves? Have you been sitting silently and listening to Marta repeat the same song over and over? What have you been up to?
Cat has been sitting quietly, just observing the others and how they're interacting, interjecting when necessary, but never more than 5 words at a time.
I kind of get up and I see how Rothbart at the bar kind of looked a little flustered. So I bring over his new ale for him to drink. And I look over at Kat. He's like, would you like another? Maybe a little one might like something to drink as well.
Winifred would prefer you do not call her little one.
Apologies.
But yes, if you can please, I'll take a little bit more wine.
Right, I'll be right back with that. And I go over to Rothbart. It's like, cheers, mate. You look like you've seen a ghost.
Oh, I can promise this was very material. Not very ethereal. Do you look, in my time traveling around the area, do you know of any towns where like the children are given like lots and lots of milk? So like where you can grow really big?
Not that I remember. Mostly I just, have standard size milk.
Well, well, okay, that's good. That's good to know. That Esteban, he sure likes to talk. He was going to take me to the Blue Clam or something, but it seems that he's run off. So at least I can enjoy another ale. So I appreciate it.
Well, if you fancy a little company later, I don't mind making a trip. And with that, I point to Marta and tell her, like, one more wine, please.
She'll nod ever so slightly. You do hear her, again, rummaging through things, pulling it together, having to chip through some ice, but she does eventually bring over to you some more drinks.
Right, and as I grab the wine, I give a friendly little pat to Rothbart. It's like, cheers, mate. I'll be over here when you need me.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Walk over to Kat. Is like, here you go. And apologies for earlier for Winifred. Did not mean any disrespect.
Much appreciated. I think she might forgive you.
Right. And I just sit back down and just kind of stare at the paper. There were still papers left on the table, right?
Mm-hmm. So you have an assortment of different papers. You have... I'll go ahead and put them all up on your screens real quick for you all, just to show you all the papers that are currently scattered about here for you. And you do notice one additional one that seems to fall out as you begin kind of shuffling through the papers. The one that falls out and stands out to you significantly so is small, and it is handwritten. It is a much smaller piece of paper, and on it you see that it has a large header at the top that reads, "A cold-hearted killer."
Right. What do we have here? And I'm just looking over the paper just to...
You're all good.
How about we set for the...
As you sit and kind of go through these papers, you do see Marta kind of continuing about, moving throughout this inn area, as she begins kind of looking about, seeing you peruse. Don't forget that you can check the board, and she gestures to the wall kind of over her shoulder behind her where all these knives are holding up different papers. If you're needing a job too, we try to keep some things up there, and I know and you see her kind of pointing at Rothbart. He grabbed one earlier for the mines, but I'm sure that the speaker wouldn't mind hearing from a couple of different folk about that if need be.
All right, so I see this paper on the cold-hearted killer and kind of gesture it over to Kat. Is like, you heard anything about this? And I hand it over to her.
Kat takes the paper, reads it over very quickly, and she said, "Oh, my. Seems the word has gotten out." She takes a deep sigh and she's like, "The king was fixing to keep this under wraps, but suppose can't do much when the town folk get restless." And she pauses in contemplation.
I'm a little intrigued at the fact that she already knew what was going on, and kind of just gesture. I was like, "So, how long have you known about this?"
The king has known about this for a few weeks at least. That's why he sent myself and a few of the other king's huntsmen out to do a little research, see if we could find any clues, any details that would help us in finding and apprehending this culprit. So I'm out here right now fixing to do some interviews to see what the townspeople know. Unfortunately, it looks like people are getting scared, and people do rash things when they're scared.
Can't blame them for that. They want to protect themselves. So this paper says you fancy being a hero? You want to go on and look up some people? I don't mind helping. I'm a little bit lost myself, so I'm trying to figure out what my next step is.
Well, I am contracted through the king, so I don't know that it is. I suppose my intention is the same as the individual that has put out this notice, so while I don't believe it makes us heroes to apprehend a murderer, it does make us good people, so I suppose I can take you up on that offer if you would like to lead the charge.
Well,
in ascertaining new individuals to apprehend this killer.
Right.
About this time, you are now entering back into the tavern.
I will put the empty tankard of mulled wine back on the counter and look at the one that I brought out and say, "This one got a little frozen. Can I get a fresh one?"
Oh, certainly. Set that one by the fire for me. We'll see if we can't maybe save that one a little bit for you, and I'll get to pouring you another. And you see her again go about the same ordeal as she usually does before bringing you over an ale.
I will make my way back over to the group and pat Rothbard on the back again. "Sorry about that, pal. Had to take that outside for our friend out there. But I'm ready to make our way to the clan whenever you are."
Oh, yeah, yes. That would be absolutely lovely. The fellow over there, Nata, he said that he was perhaps intrigued with coming along now.
Yeah.
So maybe we should see if the other two. And I glance over and see Nata and Kat talking. Can I? Yeah, I guess we can invite both of them. I mean, I say 50 gold reward, 4 of us. Well, we can't really split that evenly, but that's okay. I
don't do this for the money.
Okay, great. We don't have to tell the others then that I'll take 2 of the portions, and they can have 1 portion each.
I'm not much of a math guy, but that tracks to me.
Yes, it's very good math, I promise.
I believe you. I will gesture over to Naughty and Cat. We're going over to the clan for that one job. You guys coming or yen or what you guys doing?
Pat takes the paper and hands it back to Naughty and says, "Suppose this is your chance."
Right. Seems like a perfect opportunity. New people. We can check it out and see if anybody knows anything.
Lead the way. She stands up and goes over to where Rothbart and Esteban are standing.
I chug the last bit of my ale and then walk over with them.
All right. So as you all begin preparing to head out, if you will take a look at your map here in front of you right quick, you are presently here. If I wasn't measuring on accident, there we go. You're currently here over at the east side. Mortalk is kind of out back where these trees are in that firehouse shed. The Blue Clam is the tavern that you are trying to get to, which is over here on the left side of the map.
I'll start escorting us over there, you know, giving the tour of the town as well as we go, talking about all the various town people that live here, whose houses we pass.
All right, and you do pass several different houses. You see that there's not a ton of people kind of out and about, and the few that are bundled up very, very warmly, kind of doing everything that they can to obscure their faces, their skin, huddle in what warmth that they are able to. What is everyone's passive perceptions?
Bad.
I don't think that's a number. I'm not a math guy, though.
14.
14, okay.
I have an 11.
11, okay.
I didn't write that down, but that's 10 plus
10
wisdom.
plus your perception.
13.
13, okay, and Kat?
I'm looking, I'm so sorry.
You're good, babe.
18.
18 for more time. What? You guys left him behind?
I made a mistake. Mine is 13.
Yours is 13.
He is watching.
Okay.
I'm sorry, you said it was what plus what?
It is 10 plus your perception skill.
Where do I see my perception? I'm so sorry.
You're good. It should be under your skills. It's gonna be, if they're in alphabetical order, it should be around things like stealth and sleight of hand. Right above there.
Persuasion.
Persuasion, there's another P1, that's true.
Or if it's listed under your wisdom skills, it'd be your wisdom and then...
Wisdom is 15, modifier plus 2. We score 14.
All right. So those of you with a 14 or higher on your passive perception, as you're walking around, you do hear a lot of people kind of quietly talking to one another, complaining that they're losing out on days' wages due to the dangers of the mines, which have completely shut the mine down. Those of you who are native to Icewind Dale would know that Termalaine heavily relies on the mines to ensure its livelihood for the people of Termalaine itself. That seems to be their one kind of trade good that they have with the other 10 towns. But you continue on throughout the town before eventually, after a very bitterly cold, almost 25-30 minutes, you begin to, any exposed portions like your nose, your fingers of your bodies, you feel this biting, aching cold by the time that you step foot into the Blue Clan. As you look around, the 10 Towns is, known every day for the howling winds, bitter cold, and foul tempers, along with these snowdrifts that are big enough to bury a herd of moose. And today, in particular, the local tavern here, the Blue Clam, is abuzz with news of the series of recent killings and the flyer that has been distributed throughout the town. Before the murders, the only question on everyone's mind was, will Summer ever return to Icewind Dale? And now, the question seems to be, will I be the killer's next victim? Nothing breeds fear and paranoia like a murderer with no face. 3 cold-blooded murders have been committed in the past month, according to the paper that you found. As you look about, you do see that the drunken lot huddled in the tavern seems to have no credible ideas or offers, but one figure sitting apart from them is an elderly shield dwarf with a nasty scar across her nose, and she seems as though she's somebody who has something worth knowing. You do feel her eyes upon you from the moment that you enter through the doors of the tavern, and as she smokes her pipe, she makes eye contact with you and just watches.
As we get in, I'll nudge Rothbart and point over at her and say, now I don't know a lot, but she looks like she's got something worth knowing.
Yes, she does, you're right. I'll approach her. Good evening. I was told that I could come here to talk about one of the notices. There's something going on in the gem mines, monsters, things like that.
She takes a long, deep puff on her pipe before blowing all the smoke to the side. Gem mines, you're looking for the speaker. If you're here for other business, I might be able to assist you, but the speaker should be right over that way. And she kind of gestures off to the side, where you do see a human man kind of standing off to the side, speaking with a few different individuals. Kind of more hushed tones to the few that seem to be sitting around trying to have this quiet conversation amidst the rabble of the tavern itself.
Oh well, I mean, thank you. I'll go talk to the speaker. I don't think there's really anything else of importance, so I'll walk on over to him.
Did the rest of you follow Rothbart?
Yeah. Sure.
I will.
Cat'll stay behind, and if you were to know about things other than the gem mines, what do you think you might happen to know?
I know there's a murderer out there, and unfortunately, she kind of leans back. I'm retired. I'm not exactly capable of tracking him down myself, but I think I've been putting together some pieces, and seems like it's about time that somebody braver, smarter, maybe a little bit bolder, more able than I take up the mantle of being a hero for once.
Cat responds, well, suppose I get you a beverage of your choice, and then maybe after these fellas over here are done looking at their gem reward information, I can bring them back around so you only have to speak once and you can let us know what you've been pulling together. Would that work for you, ma'am?
It works for me if you bring me a mulled wine, something to warm these old bones.
Coming right up, miss. So Kat walks over and inquires about getting a beverage sent over for the lady.
And easily enough, they are able to do that for you. As you make your way, I guess, over to the gentleman at this point to join them?
Yep.
Alright. There is a bit of talking and movement about this table, and it takes a moment before the individuals speaking notice you. You see the human man this woman had pointed to kind of stand up and turn and look at you. What can I do for you, gentlemen?
Oh, hi, yes. So I'm here to inquire about this poster that I had seen, and I've showed the crumpled paper. I see that there are monsters in the mine. It's something that I'm interested in helping out, taking care of.
Oh, I might be the lead miner, but you'll need to speak with the speaker himself, Horus, and you see him kind of call across the table as you see this half-orc gentleman, kind of thickly bundled up in his clothing, turn and look over at you. A lot of you hear about the mine, I take it then.
Yeah.
Yes.
Good, good. We could use some folk who are prepared for some trouble. Please, come over, please. And you see him kind of gesture, and a few of these different men, these miners, kind of make some space for you at the table as he welcomes you upwards. Don't know much, but we'd be happy to reward anyone who's able to handle the problem as best we can. What we do know is, thanks to the men here who managed to make it out and bring news, no one was killed, but the kobolds seem to be too dangerous for our miners to deal with on their own. Bit less training for battle and such, you understand. However, we did have one of our men go missing the day, or rather, what was it? And you see him turn to the human man who kind of 2 days before the kobolds showed up. We had somebody go missing, one of our men. We all went to clock out and head home, and that's when we noticed that we were missing someone. We were a bit worried that there might have been something that came up from the Underdark. Maybe snatched him. We haven't seen him since, and we haven't seen any of his things. You see him kind of turn back, and the half-orc man introduced as Horus, Speaker Horus, to you, kind of turns and looks at you all. My thought is that maybe he fell down the central shaft. It does lead straight down towards the Underdark, but if he fell, then we'll never recover the body. It's not the first time that it's happened, unfortunate though it may be, but it's too risky to send anyone else in. And frankly, short of our miners here, we're a bit unable to handle the problem ourselves.
Oh well, that does sound quite troubling. You could say that kobolds in a mine really are a minor threat, but I can easily help with my compatriots over here. I mean, look how big and strong they are. I'm sure that we'd be able to rough anything up.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
I do have one. I do just have one eensy question, though.
Of course.
So now I don't mean to be rude, but I am a little bit more, well, as you can say, strapped for cash. If we do manage to find the miner or bring back the body, would the price on this paper be negotiable?
Kind of leans back. Well, depends a bit, I suppose. You do a good enough job, do it quickly and safely, ensuring any threats, whether they be from the Underdark or just these kobolds, are handled with care, I suppose, and a bit of discretion. Upon verifying that the mines have been cleared myself, upon completion of the job, I'd be happy to discuss it, an additional stipend for your good work.
Well, I mean, that sounds lovely for me. I turn back to the others. Yeah, I mean, it sounds easy enough, right?
Yeah.
Right. How many kobolds do you think we facing down there?
It's a fine question, but unfortunately one that I don't know that I'm truly able to answer for you. We've not been able to send our men safely in the past few days, you see. So if there's more than, honestly, a half dozen, I'm unsure.
I'll lean down to Rothbart. Listen, if we need muscle, I've got a guy that we can ask. Yeah.
Well, I just have one slight fear, and I don't want to be too rude to say it, but fine, I'm going to address the elephant in the room. Is the potential that someone of their stature and how loud the footsteps is, will we be at risk of cave-ins or anything? How
sturdy is the mine?
How open is the shaft?
Well, it's
Buy him a drink first.
quite large. It's quite large. We've managed to fit a few excavators back in the days where we were able to move about and repair such machinery. Certainly have carried tons of ore and rock and gems out, so I'd say it's quite stable. Everything's well enforced, well reinforced at other points as well, and short of any damage done by the kobolds, I suppose it should still be in peak condition, we'll call it.
Okay, well, Estevan, if you trust him, then I trust you.
Clap Rothbart on the shoulder. An excellent decision there. Yeah. We'll swing by and pick him up on our way to the gem mine.
You see that there's a couple of confused glances, but nobody stops you. You see Speaker Oris just kind of shake his head briefly and, well, return to me once you know that you've got the job done, and I'll be happy to go inspect it myself, see if everything truly has been handled. Upon verifying it, I'll be happy to pay out.
That sounds
Right.
very lovely. Thank you.
Don't worry, we'll have this cleaned up right and spiffy.
Well, I hope so. The mine is our livelihood here, and the sooner the better. People get restless when they're out of work, and know that soon that means they're out of coin.
Sounds like a deal.
He turns and looks at the other individuals gathered. Gentlemen, you can head home. We'll let you know once we've got any updates for you. You see some of the miners kind of clap each other on the back, some nods, a couple of mumbles, but they all start bundling themselves heavily back up in all of their furs and clothing before stepping back out of the tavern and out onto the street.
Are we going straight over? Are we getting supplies, or what we doing?
And Kat says, well, I did promise the woman over there who directed us here to that we would return and hear what sort of stories she's been hearing, and think that there might be something interesting to all of us over there. She points at the lady, and who's sipping on her mug of ale, probably.
Mm-hmm. And you do see some little bit of steam kind of fogging up across her rosy cheeks as she continues to down some of this drink that you got for her.
And so I say, if y'all would oblige me, I'd like to hear her out before we head back into the cold.
No objections here.
I'm fine with
She
that.
looks at all three of them and starts walking over.
As you approach, she kind of gestures widely to 4 chairs that she has, over time, kind of brought to the table she's sitting at. Please, sit. It's about time we had some do-gooders show up ready to try to tackle the issue. I've been a bounty hunter for years and years, and back before my hair was so gray, I was quite good at what I did. And whilst I've done some digging and gathering of some information, been looking for the right people to share it with. You lot seem like you could be that group. Unless my faith has been misplaced, which I hope it's not. Kind of looks and surveys each of you as she leans into the table.
Kat says, well, you see, ma'am, I do work for the King's Guard, and I have been on the trail already for the past couple of weeks. So, while I do believe I can trust my companions, I am 100% sure that you can trust me, because I am more than invested in finding this individual and ending the terror that they are causing to Termalaine.
Take charge, woman. I like that. And she kind of slams her fist on the table for a moment before bringing her pipe back up and puffing on it for a moment. Alright. Here's what I know so far. There's been 3 cold-blooded murders committed in the past few months now. One seemed to be a halfling trapper over in East Haven. One was a human shipbuilder down in Targos. And 3 days ago, there was a dwarven glassblower who was murdered in Bryn Shander. Each victim was found with a dagger made of ice piercing straight through the heart. Made it a bit difficult to track, but I think I've come up with a bit of a theory. Now, the last person I told this to laughed it off. But after this last murder over in good old Bryn Shander, it's making my theory seem a little bit stronger. And I need somebody strong enough to follow up on it and see to it that this cold-blooded killer is no longer a problem for the people of Icewind Dale, you see. Now, there's this small traveling merchant company. They go by the name Torgs. It's owned and operated by a dwarf lady name of Torga Icevein. She's one of the shadier types, if you will, but she has quite the interesting crew. Difficult to get close to her due to her bodyguard that she's got, but seems a bit friendly. Enough maybe somebody could get close enough and talk to him. Perhaps. See what he knows. Other thing I've learned is that it seems that the victims of this murder so far only seem to be coming from places that sacrifice humanoids to Oral. Now, it doesn't seem to be coinciding, and I know for those of you not from Icewind Dale, it might seem a bit uncivilized, but it is what it is, and people need to do what they can to survive out here, whether or not it's a bit questionable to some of us. I don't know if these victims were picked for any reason in particular, if it's just a sheer coincidence, but it's something worth noting. Either way, I followed Torgs for about a 10-day as it went from town to town, and seems to be quite the devious little enterprise, though that's not my top concern. But what struck me is how comfortable some of them seem to be in the midst of this murderer epidemic that we've got going on here. And, that bodyguard, Atorga's, Cephik, I think is his name, seems a little too comfortable out in the cold for my taste. No coat, no scarf, no gloves. Almost like he's not even touched by the cold. Either way, I'll pay you 100 gold pieces. You can apprehend the killer, ascertain their guilt, and deal with them, preferably without involving any of the authorities. You can do that and return to me. The money's all yours.
I will whisper to Kat, are you considered an authority?
She responds, I know when to keep my mouth closed for the good of the 10 towns.
Work. Especially if you're able to use those connections of yours to get a little bit of some extra information out. But could be worth seeing about handling. Aside from the fact that now you could find yourselves victims being here within Icewind Dale, within the 10 towns, be good to have one less worry for the folks here.
And Kat looks her in the eyes and says, thank you for letting us know. Is there any other pertinent information you can come up with that might help us in our search? Anywhere? Do you remember the last place the Torgs were? Have you heard any other mutterings?
She kind of chuckles a bit. Well, I have been keeping tabs on them for a bit. Aside from the fact that they were just in Bryn Shander, I heard that they left recently. I think they headed up toward Lonelywood. Was next on their route, from what I heard when I made my way here. So I'd be looking for them perhaps in Lonelywood, see if they've made it or already passed through in the past few days.
Kat looks around to the other three and sees if anyone else has something to say.
I mean, 100 is twice as much as 50.
I don't see a reason we can't do both.
150 is a lot more than 50.
I'm pretty sure that's how numbers work.
Nothing gets by you, mate.
Nope.
I suppose
Too tall.
it would be quite agreeable to the people here in Termalaine for us to handle their situation before we move on to the next town to see what awaits us. Assuming all three of you are happy and willing to join on this quest for the murderer. Would like to get your consent to agree before we leave this here tavern.
I am here for helping the town. You know, I vote we go tackle a mine, then we go solve a murder mystery. I've never been much of a detective before, but I have always wanted to wear that fancy hat.
Well, I suppose you have the gumption.
Gesundheit. tight.
You see the dwarven woman kind of push back from the table. Well, my old aching bones need to get some rest. Make sure I've got enough energy to survive the sacrifice of warmth this evening. And, I'll let you lot get to it. I'll see about staying put here in Termalaine. And she kind of stretches a little bit. You hear some joints kind of pop as she moves. See about staying here in Termalaine till I hear from you, but if it takes you more than a 10-day, I may move on to maybe head towards Targos. See about checking for any leads, any information down that way.
Well, we will do our duty to come find you once we have completed our task, unless we run into you while on our path. Thank you kindly, miss.
And you. Good luck, do-gooders, and she kind of pats the table.
And Kat extends her hand. She said, I'm so sorry. I did not catch your name.
Oh. Right, I always forget some of those courtesies, and she kind of extends her hand out, and you can feel that it's very well calloused, rough hand as she shakes very firmly. Name is Hilm Trollbane. Just call me Helen. It's fine.
And she says, well, then you may call me Kat. I look forward to our next meeting.
Well, Kat, I look forward to you and your do-gooders coming back with some good news for us. Here's to seeing you soon. And she downs the last of her drink, sets the tankard down, and starts to kind of make her way through the tavern.
Well, gentlemen, suppose we go and meet your companion, and shall we either wait till morn or slide into the darkness right now?
What time is it now?
It's about 3 p.m.
I'm cool to head out now, unless we need to go get some supplies. And that said, if we need supplies, I need someone to spot me.
Right. How far are we from the mines?
The gem mines are back over and past the east side, which is the inn that you all first met at. It would be
So
on
it's
your
like
map in
a-
this direction.
So it
How
took us
far-
like 30 minutes to get here from there.
Mhm.
So a little bit more after that. Okay.
Yeah. So you're all heading back to the east side to collect more talk and then heading to the gem mine?
Yep.
That sounds good.
All right.
Yes.
30 minutes or so pass as you weave your way back through the streets, and a bit before 4 o'clock in the afternoon, you manage to make your way over. Those of you who have not seen Mortok see the large hulking figure seated, still whittling away, I'm supposing, unless you're doing something different, Mortok.
Yeah.
As you look up from your whittling, you see your friend Estevan going and seeming to be accompanied by now 2 additional individuals headed directly towards you.
Oh, wave or duck?
Estevan.
Listen, we're gonna go run a quick errand, because apparently the town's going broke, because there's some folks in the mine causing trouble. We were gonna see if you wanted to accompany us.
I'll scan the newcomers and then look back at Esteban. What folk in mine?
Believe it was kobolds.
Yeah.
Which is kobold?
That's a fantastic question. Rothbart?
Oh well, would I know what kobolds are?
You very likely do. They're common enough in young adventurers' stories, and I'm sure that in scouting for some stories as you have, that you've probably heard a few different ones trying to sell you on kobolds being a bigger deal than they are.
Well, it's kobolds. I mean, look, they're like little, bit scaly. Not much of a threat for you.
I'll slowly rise to my feet, kind of dust the snow off my knees, off my shoulders. Little scales, no problems. It is known.
As I see Mortok staring, I'm like, "What? Aren't you a big fella?" I look over at Esteban. I was like, "You weren't lying when you said you knew a guy."
Yeah, this guy's great. We go way back, don't we?
Yes.
Ah.
So I look over at Mortok. I'm like, "Right, name's Naughty." And I stick my hand walk the way out and go and shake his hand.
I'll look at Snotty, look at the hand that's extended out, and then kind of look back to Esteban as if to try and communicate a little bit of like, what do I do with this? What is this?
I look and go, oh. Close enough.
We'll work on that, mate.
I'll say, well, I declare. And she'll just, look at him and just give him like a slight little nod.
Welcome, Declare.
Oh.
She says, it's a pleasure. My name is Kat, not Declare. This is Winifred. And Winifred, flaps her wings a bit.
You do not look like Kat.
Not right this moment. But I suppose once we get outside, you might find something fun.
If I could blush, I would. Right. I'll turn back to the shed and I'll pull out this long 10-foot section of bone that has been carved at the tip to be a large spearhead that's wrapped in several links of straps of leather, just kind of swing it onto my back and look back out at everyone else. We go now?
We go now.
We go now. It is known.
Do any of y'all need to collect any items before we head in? Or are y'all just gonna hope for the best?
I'm not gonna sit here and say that if we can't find a couple good little pick-me-up potions, that wouldn't be a good idea. But I have nothing to contribute on that front at the moment. I've spent most of my money on ale, place to sleep, and this big bag of peppermints.
Do you have halitosis?
No, I just love the taste. And I throw one and I just, not even like a cocktail peanut, just gone. Crushed, crunched, and gone.
Right.
Betsy, this is going to be a long trip.
How much did the bag of peppermints cost you?
I don't remember. But the guy who sold it to me said it was a pretty good deal.
I'm sure he probably did.
All right, well. Go on, let's scoot. The day's a wasting.
We scoot.
All right.
And
As you all begin to make your way towards the mine, correct? We will
Yes.
go ahead and take our first break. We will take a 10-minute break, and we will see you guys in just a little bit. During that time, please make sure that you get up, you get some water, some snacks, things like that. And we'll also run some ads just to make sure that you guys miss less and less of the action as possible. And we will see you guys back in just a minute. Okay, we are back. As you all make the trek over to where the mine is at, it takes you probably a good 30 minutes to get outside of town through the now very snow-covered trails that lead to the gem mine. And as you arrive, you see that the entrance to the gem mine is nothing more than an open tunnel into the hillside, standing about 10 or 15 feet in vertical and horizontal direction. Outside, you see that there are empty carts parked near the entrance, and next to them is a crude wooden sign which has been propped up. As you get a bit closer, you can see written on the sign in charcoal, in a very rough handwriting, the words "Kobolds Only" with an exclamation point in common. What is your marching order?
I'll go first.
I'll
Alright.
head up behind Mortok.
Alright, so we've got Mortok then Estevan. Then Rothbard, it looks like you'll be third.
Yeah.
Okay, who's going last out of Kat and Nadi?
I can go next.
Alright, and then Kat, you will take up the rear with Winifred. Alright, as we get you all set up, as you enter in, let's bring our Roll20 up on the screen for everybody. Alright, as you enter into the mine, here are the notes that you should make about the space that you are within. The first is that the ceilings here are 10 feet tall, with some areas getting as tall as 12 feet. There are no light sources here within the mine as you travel about, so those of you without dark vision will need to rely on those who do have it, or you will need a source of light similar to a torch or the light cantrip. As you walk about, you will see different things on the map. Feel free to interact, to move, but be careful in moving too far into the darkness. It will make it so you lose your token, and I will have to see about tracking it back down for you. Does anyone have any questions before we get into your first dungeon crawl? Alright, then let us begin. Mortok. As you begin to move in, you notice that the rough-hewn steps at the entrance here descend roughly about 60 feet downward before you eventually come out onto the first room here that has several different tunnels branching off of it.
Okay. So I will start making my way into the space. As I do, I'm going to reach down to the rope and twine belt that I've got, and I will uncover a small little metal cage that I've got that has a small little orb inside that casts off an array of light around me. And I'll just kind of make my way to the center of the room so that I can glance down each of the remaining hallways with the light that I do have to see what can be seen.
Okay. As you walk in, looking about the space, you see that there are racks that are holding picks and hammers all nailed along the walls of the small cavern. The floor here itself is covered with rock dust and various tracks.
Okay. Can I see down the hallways at all? Do I see movements or other sources of light or anything like that?
As you kind of look, you can gaze a small way down each of these hallways. You do see one that seems to open up into another room above you, and these other two do seem to continue on for a ways down to the south.
I will, as I'm like perched here, hunched over just a little bit, and kind of looking around, I'll just kind of raise my trunk up a little bit, and I will give a strong smell.
Okay.
Do I smell any nefarious creatures running around that could be smelled with my keen smell ability?
Absolutely. Make me a perception check.
At advantage because of keen smell.
And this is our first roll of the game.
No pressure, right? Especially since I already rolled it. There's no time for pressure. 16.
All right. With a 16, you're able to kind of pick up what it smells a bit reptilian in some of these areas. You do smell smell a bit like some of the humans that you've come across before. Some of the smells of some coal, some different soils, rocks, things of that nature. But you do smell that some of these tracks, some of the things in the area have a distinctive reptilian smell to them.
Any particular direction?
Let's see. You do smell some leading up this hallway, leading down this hallway, and less so down this hallway.
Okay. I will make my way to this hallway.
All right. Are you all following behind Morta?
Absolutely.
How your orb it stays with you, right? Out.
Yeah.
How far does it have? Like, what's its reach?
Oh, probably not more than 20, 30 feet.
Okay, so now I'll pull out my torch as well and light it up so we have light in the back.
All right. Go ahead and make a note of that on my end for you. And then go ahead and move your characters along as you guys will move. Alrighty. As you enter into this room, immediately you notice that the floor in the eastern end of this dusty cave rises up 5 feet higher than the western end, with a rocky ridge separating the two areas except for the slopes between them on either side. There are picks and shovels that lean against this ridge, and there are small gem deposits in the ridge and walls of the cave that gleam seductively in the light.
Cool.
All right, and you can see that this hallway kind of separates out here.
I will meet back down to like here.
Okay.
Hello, buddy. I'm gonna go ahead and go this way. So I glance back at the path we just left behind.
Alrighty. So you do see that connects back to that original room, and as you continue onwards, you see that this path continues for a bit before finally opening up in what seems to be a workroom of sorts. You see that there are benches and tables set up as workplaces where miners can clean the gemstones that they find. And you do see gravel and pebbles strewn about the ground, and scattered across the floor additionally are some hammers, picks, and broken lanterns.
Make my way deeper into the room. Am I catching any more sounds or scents as we're traveling deeper into these mines?
You do. It is getting more distinctively reptilian as you travel.
If I look over here, do I see anything?
As you look, you do see that there's a bit of a ridge that drops down about, let's see, where is it? It's a 2.5 foot gap in the wall, or in the flooring here between these two spaces, but it does seem to be a hallway that continues upwards.
I'll tap more talk. You want me to hop over there and check that out real quick?
I shrug and keep sniffing around.
Any objections?
Nope.
Nope.
I'll jump it.
All right, I will need for you to make me a dexterity check. Give me either, we'll say athletics or acrobatics, whichever you would prefer.
Acrobatics.
Okay.
Okay, and that was the right choice. That is a 23.
All right, you easily enough make it across this gap in the floor, and as you continue up, you do see a hallway that leads back to your first room.
Woohoo! Dungeon crawling is so easy.
I'll run back over. Do I need to jump it again?
We will say that with that first roll, you're able to make it back across.
I'd do some parkour shit that a man of my size should not be able to do, and land with a perfect 10-point landing, and just that's back the way we came.
Seeing his landing, I kind of do a whole little gesture.
Thank you there.
All right, more talk. You continue onwards.
Ish.
All right. As you walk.
Oh.
You see that this hallway continues on for some time as it curls and curves throughout the tunnels. Eventually, as you continue walking, you do come across wooden planks and struts that seem to form a walkway along the wall of a seemingly bottomless vertical shaft. You see a narrow waterfall which cascades down the northeastern wall, and the sound of the rushing water is loud within this confined space, making it difficult for you to hear or speak with one another.
I hate this.
In this
I hate
space, if
this
you
a
wish
lot.
to communicate with one another, you must yell.
So I'm gonna step to like here, which is like right on the edge of the stone, look down, and then look back at Esteban.
As you look down, you do see, though they have not noticed you, 2 kobolds who are sawing at the underside of the bridge, hanging upside down, kind of under it, sawing away at some of the support structures.
I look back at Esteban. I will do this, point down, and then I will pull the rope that I have off of my pack. And I will like very quickly extend out a length of it and then wrap it around Esteban and tie the other end of it taut. And as I hold the other end, and I put my other hand on his back and get ready to push him off the side.
I wind up, stretching, just ready for this. Give him the old 1-2. I say, and no one can hear me because there's a waterfall in the room.
And I just like I'll give a look back to the rest of the party as a little bit of a warning, but also there's just a little bit of a smirk of like a hey, watch this, and then I push Esteban off the edge.
All right, as you push him, roll me an athletics check just to make sure that you don't have any issues. Yeah.
Can I give him the help action because I'm being pushed?
How are you going to help him make sure he doesn't let go of a rope?
24.
24. All right, easily enough. You're able to hold onto this rope as you push Esteban over the edge. Esteban, you go careening down, and as you do so, you see one of these kobolds kind of turn and look at you, eyes wide.
Would we consider him surprised?
We would consider him surprised.
Yeah, we'll give him. May I attack?
Absolutely. Go ahead and give it me a roll to hit.
This will be with the big axe. That is going to miss, I believe. That is a 10.
A 10?
If he is surprised.
Oh wait, no, that's surprised. I get advantage.
You get
I'm
advantage.
sorry.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Better, not by much, but that is a 13.
A 13. So as you come in and you go to swing at him, you swing and the rope catches on the edge of the bridge, and at the worst time you catch, and as you swing out, instead you hit some of the support structures for the bridge.
Bonus action on our strike.
All right, go ahead and roll me that attack. He is still considered surprised, so you may have advantage.
Okay, that's much better. That is an 18.
With an 18, you do hit him. Roll me damage.
Unarmed strike is 1d4, correct?
Correct.
Second. Where are my d4s?
I took them. No d4s for you.
is plus Dex.
Mm-hmm.
That is 6 points of damage.
All right. As you slam into him, you see that he, in this surprise being hit, lets go and loses his stability where he was, and he begins to fall, scrabbling. He's going to reach up to try to grab you at the last second before he falls down this deep, dark shaft to the Underdark. With a 3, he reaches up to get you. You feel him kind of grasp at the edge of your shirt before the weight goes away, and you hear this slight amidst the rushing water as the kobold here descends and descends and descends until you can no longer see him.
Can I make eye contact with the other one?
The other one turns and looks at you and just has big eyes open, looking
You're
at
next.
you. You see him just kind of put his hands slowly up, and you hear the saw that he was using just ting 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 as it falls down into the pit below.
I'll tug the rope to get pulled back up.
Pull back to the top.
All right. As you get pulled back to the top, you see the kobold start kind of scrabbling and climbing to get back up on top of the bridge before he just holds his hands up in the air before you.
Can the bridge hold all of us?
I don't know. You can certainly step on it and see.
I don't trust that in the slightest.
I'll hop
Especially
over.
since he hit it.
I'll hop over Mortok and run at this guy and pick him up.
And you just pick him up, and he just kind of and stays there, hands up. And as he yells in your face so that you're able to hear him, he just, why'd you do that to Scorp?
I will run back over here and just throw him at the wall.
And as he slams into the wall, you see him kind of like squeak a little as he like falls to the ground, just kind of scrabbles backwards, hands up in the air. Scorp wasn't doing anything, man. He was just following orders.
You know who else was just following orders?
Yeah, me.
What kind of orders were you following?
Well, we were supposed to make it safe. Trex says that we have to be safe.
Your idea of safety is removing the only way out of this cavern with this bridge.
Not remove. Make safe for Kobold.
Listen, you guys need to leave.
We can't leave. Trex is smart. He led here.
I don't know who Trex is, but I know that,
Trex, he led us here. He's got wings like a dragon.
I will pick the fella up, brush him off. I'm sorry about your friend, but you see, if we don't keep moving forward, you're going down the shaft with him.
No, don't, Thrip okay to not follow Scorp.
Very smart Thwip. So, why don't you take us to Trex so we can talk through this with him, unless anybody doesn't like that idea.
Okay, I take to Trex.
I'll turn back. Are we cool with this, or is this guy going down the shaft?
I mean, I personally vote for just throwing him down the shaft, but I'll do whatever we agree with.
Well, we can't find Trix if this guy's a goner, so let's see where he goes.
Kobold in
Suppo-
cave.
Suppose Scrap can tell us where some of the others are. Other kobolds are down here in the mines. Might be good to keep them with us, at least for a little bit.
All right.
Cat backs up into the opening of this cave, feeling around on the side since she's walking away without anyone with light. Just like.
I will take a length of rope out and just kind of tie our friend up a little bit.
Okay. You're easily enough able to tie up your complicit, now prisoner that you have.
Right.
I'm just gonna grab him by the back of his whatever shirt or something he's wearing, pick him up as he's tied up now, and look him close in the eye as we kind of walk back towards the. I'm gonna take him back to the bigger room.
Okay.
But I look at him. If you hurt me or companion, I break all bones in your body. It is known.
And I like bones where they are. I'd be good.
Mm. And I'll lower him down, but I'm not letting go.
Easily done. He's nothing for the just sheer size difference alone.
Hi, Beep.
I take to treks. I take to treks.
Point.
And he, from where he's kind of bound, just kind of points back the way that you just left.
A crap.
Is there another way?
You could try climb down hole, but hole very big. Very dangerous.
I look back to the party.
They would go back the way we came.
Cool, who's going first?
I'll go first.
If I think I'm the smallest, I could do it, but I might need some assistance with light.
I hand him over my torch.
Okay.
Can I put Rothbard on my back?
Rothbard can fly.
Oh yeah.
Can you?
So which way are we? So it's across that bridge that they were sawing, right?
Yeah.
Well, I'll holding the torch. Take a step onto the bridge.
It feels pretty sturdy. There is a spot here, kind of where you saw that they were working and where you saw Esteban gracefully dive off the side. That does feel a little bit more unstable, but it feels fairly sturdy all the way around.
Okay, I think it might be safe. I'll keep walking.
Okay.
I'll go.
And as you get to the end, you have successfully made it to the end of the bridge.
It's quite stable, I think.
I'm gonna hang out right here and just kind of be prepared to grab anyone that starts to go over.
Alright, so I take out my rope and kind of wrap it around myself, and I give the other end to Esteban, just as a support. And then I walk along with him.
Alright. Easily done. It seems as though, as long as there's not more than 3 of you on the bridge, that the bridge is still stable enough for you to be able to walk along.
3 of us, or one more talk.
You know, maybe. So, who's made it across so far? It's Nadi, Rothbart, and Esteban, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Alright,
Am I
Rothbart.
leading or are you?
As you make it to the end here, Rothbart, you find a room that dead ends, but has a wooden pulley system constructed around a large hole in the floor. There is a large, we'll call it a bucket, for lack of a better word of trying to describe this to you, that can contain up to 2 or 3 humanoids that is held by an incredibly thick rope. 3 alcoves next to the lift contain wooden boards, mining equipment, and carts filled with stone.
I'd want to like take a look into the boxes just to see if there's anything nice.
As you look in, you see assorted kind of rock, stone, and some ore. You do see that looking around, there's some pretty nice condition, all things considered, having been used, some like mining picks, a few burnout torches, things of that nature. Nothing that looks terribly expensive.
I'll call out. There's maybe nothing really of note here, but there is this giant thing in the middle of the room that, well, there's a rope and it looks like it goes down.
Okay. Let's see, hold on.
Does it look like Rothbart would understand at all how this would work?
What is your intelligence score, Rothbart?
Oh, my intelligence score. I'm so happy that you asked.
We're a smart
10.
With a 10, you kind of get the feeling that this is probably how they move things up and down through the mines. You do see a large crank to the side, and just following the rope, you're able to kind of, okay, so the crank, it's moved, the rope moves up or down to move this. Okay, and so you're kind of able to piece it together, even if you've never seen one before.
It looks like we can use this as an elevator of sorts. I'm not sure. Looking at it, does it look like Mortok would be able to to fit in?
Looking at it, it looks like it can probably safely take any one person up and down, unless they are a small-sized individual. In which case, they could take 2 people up or down.
So we take this down one at a time, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
I will run back and communicate this to Kat and Mortok.
You go first.
I'll go first.
Alright. So, Esteban, you get onto the bucket lift.
I'll get on the bucket lift.
Okay. There is a crank inside the bucket lift that you are able to slowly crank and crank and crank. I am assuming you are going to go ahead and descend.
I am, because the lack of light won't be an issue.
Okay. So as you descend, roll me a dexterity saving throw.
That is the other reason.
As you begin to descend, you feel a moment where the wire kind of catches, and then all of a sudden you plummet about 5 feet downwards. To reduce some of the damage from the fall, roll me that dexterity saving throw.
22.
With the 22, you're able to kind of catch yourself. You look around. It looks like the rope itself and the bucket lift are okay. It looks like it just got caught a little bit from lack of use, and just got stuck a moment before it slid down. But you are okay. As you come out, make sure I take you to the right area.
Can I make any repair to that so that my compatriots don't have to do the same thing?
Absolutely. Mortok, you come out.
away.
Esteban.
Or Esteban, sorry. Here.
Oh.
How would you like to attempt a repair?
In any way that doesn't require survival. Like to just, kind of make some better knots.
I'll say survival. You see what you can do to make it smoother, safer, more secure, so that everybody can make it down safely.
I'm going to use that point of inspiration from Mr.
All right.
That's a nice spicy 10.
All right, with the 10, you're able to fix it up in some spots, but as you're kind of looking at it, it's difficult to ascertain exactly kind of what caused the fall. And with that, you've fixed up about as much as you think you're able to. You do feel like you've made it a little bit safer for your team to traverse.
Cool. I'll send it back up.
All right. As you turn the crank outside of the bucket, you see slowly, those of you above, that this crank lift returns up to the top position. Who's next?
I don't mind going next. I should do that.
All right. So Nadi, as you get in, you easily enough are able to turn the crank, and smooth as butter, you make it down to the bottom with Esteban.
Nice. All right.
All right. Who is next as you all send this back up, and we will just essentially get everyone down here in the order that you would like.
I guess I can head down next. But I am holding a lit torch. How safely does it seem I would be able to if there's a rope and I have an open fire?
It seems like that's probably something that a lot of the people have had to do that work in the mines, so it looks like that has been taken into account and it should be safe.
Okay, then I'll go next.
All right, and easily enough, you descend down before sending the bucket back up.
Mortok and I are still in the other caverns, so I say, well, if you would like, you can go ahead and push your prisoner forth across the bridge so we can follow the rest.
I think I go last. If I break, you can still go across.
She contemplates that and says, very well. So she makes her way down, and she is just like clinging to the walls because she doesn't have any light source and she's getting a bit far ahead. But makes it across, or does her best to make it across with her feeling only.
And done easily enough as Mortok follows behind you, and Thwip between you kind of is forced along, toddling behind you.
Is he?
Are you carrying him?
Yeah.
Alright, so never mind. He is still just being carried by you, Mortok. As you cross the bridge, no problems. You do feel some creaking, but...
As I walk across the bridge, I'm gonna hold Thwip out with my left hand just over the pit as I walk.
You're unable to hear anything he's saying to you in this moment due to the waterfall. But as you make it across, you just hear him go, why hold Thwip? Why hold Thwip across? Hole bad.
Mortok could drop Thwip?
No drop Thwip. Thwip happy being held.
Good.
He
Go
just
ahead and-
good.
Like side eye at them and be like, all right, I'm going now. Take it down.
Take it down, and you get to the gentleman at the bottom. Send it back up. Mortok, for you, it is a very uncomfortable tight fit, but you are able to make it safely down using the bucket.
Le bucket.
Le bucket lift. and you safely enough make it down where your companions are. Now that you have a light source down here with you as well, the lot of you are able to see a little bit further to see that where you are located, you do have 3 different hallways that you may follow here. Whip will kind of turn and look at you and go, that one, and he will point to this hallway here.
Anyone else itching to go first?
Oh, I can. Since I'm still holding a torch, I can take up the front.
All right. So you head to the front. We are headed this direction. I will uncover some more of this hallway for you. And as you pass with a light, you're able to see that this dead ends south.
I will keep walking down the hall, but is there... I want to keep my ears open just to see if I hear anything.
You do hear what sound like some voices down the hall you are traversing.
Who's behind me? How far away is Thwip?
Thwip is with Mortok, wherever Mortok is.
I'm still waiting in the basket room.
Alright, I'll move up forward since I was the one who handed him the torch. I'll go find him.
Okay.
I do hear some voices ahead, but do I hear like around how many voices there are?
Roll me a perception check to see if you can discern anything specific about these voices.
Oh boy. Okay. Well, that's a 7. There are voices, I believe.
With a 7, you know that there are certainly some voices, but you're not familiar enough with them to try to distinguish a number of persons or whatever that is coming from down this hall.
I will continue walking down the hall a little bit.
Alright. As you get a little further, you do start to hear the voices grow a bit louder. It seems that you're almost at the end of this hallway.
Shit. Can we make out what they're saying, if anything?
Make out?
As you are standing and listening, you do hear what sound like voices. Is it dead? Dead? I think dead. Dead. Must be dead. Sure dead? Think is dead. Poke again.
Well, if I'm understanding these voices correctly, something up ahead is dead. And dead is better than alive.
Depends on what's dead, mate.
Well, yes, that's true. I'd like to. Can I sneak a little forward to try to get a peek into the room?
Roll me a stealth check to see how hidden you are.
Be good to me, stupid guy. Oh, that's well. Actually, that's a higher modifier than wisdom. That would be a 10.
The 10, okay. As you sneak ahead and peer into this room, what you see before you are some tables and chairs set up in the area that seems to create a bit of a space for the miners to take a break in. from where you are at the end of this hall, as you look in, you do see that on top of the table in the center of the room, 2 kobolds are poking a giant rat with javelins to ensure that it's dead. As you're seeing them and kind of standing, you feel fairly hidden until suddenly your foot happens to just ever so slightly kick a small pebble that tink, 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 tink through the hall, and you see both the kobolds turn to look at you and just this awful screech in your direction as they pull their javelins up and hold them out towards you.
I'll... double check what that does. Okay, that's all I understand. When I see them, I'll say, "You won't believe what happened to Thwip."
What happened, Thwip?
And I'll look at it. Oh, it was absolutely awful. I saw him. He was working on something up there with his friend, and he fell off the bridge.
You pushed Thwip.
No, I didn't push Thwip. It was that other one who pushed him. He was a traitor.
No traitor. Only push Thwip.
No, I no only push Thwip. He pushed Thwip, me no push Thwip.
You push Thwip! And he starts to charge at you. I will need you to roll initiative.
I don't want not with that die.
Are we all rolling?
Everybody will roll initiative.
That was much nicer. That's one of their dies going to jail.
Alright.
I believe this is everyone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, beautiful.
The decimal point, my finger slipped.
Yeah, I was gonna say, why is there a decimal point?
He just wanted to be really positive that he got an 8 or a 12. Alrighty.
Oh wait, are we able to write ours in?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh. Wait. Oh.
You just can't do it at the same time as someone else because.
Oh.
If you do it at the same time as someone else, it will delete your number and make you try it again.
Oh yeah, he's making me do it again.
Oh, actually, sorry, hold on. Mine is... Why would you do that? There you go.
All right. So at the top of this here initiative, we have this one that you've been speaking to, this kobold, who is going to run up to you, Rothbart, with his little javelin that he's got, and he's going to try to poke you with his javelin. He is going to roll to hit. Does a 5 hit?
Unfortunately, it doesn't.
Well, woo, that is way more intensive than I thought it'd be. Holy cow. There we go. As he goes to hit you, you just kind of sidestep and you see the javelin create some sparks as it clashes against the stone wall. That is the end of his turn. That brings us to you, Rothbart.
Rothbart says, "Rothbart, no push!" And I'm going to cast Dissonant Whispers.
Okay.
So he needs to make a Wisdom save.
A Wisdom save. They're just so well known for that. So with a 15.
He is wise enough, but he will take it with half damage. It's rounded down, right?
Well, that depends. Party, would you like to round half up or down? It will work for you or for the enemies as well.
Always round down.
Round down?
I have no objection to rounding down.
Yeah, same.
All right, so we will round down for our half damage.
He'll take some 4 psychic damage.
4 psychic damage, noted. As he kind of screeches and brings the one clawed hand kind of up and grabs at his head as you yell back at him.
And I'll also... I'll use a little bit of my movement to... Is this a safe... Can I stand here?
Yes, we'll say anything that's about halfway uncovered is standable space.
Okay, I'll stand there so there's... Make way for the others.
All right. At the end of your turn, that brings us to Nadi.
All right, I will kind of just want to end this, so I will cast Sleep at the back one right here, and it has range within both of them to try and put them to sleep.
Okay. Read me sleep. Do I need to make any checks or anything of that nature?
No.
Blue's got a roll.
I gotta roll, and if I hit, then it's just a 5d8.
It's so you roll 5d8, and that number is how many hit points you can affect with the sleep spell. So go ahead and roll 5d8, Lou.
That's just basically 5 times, right?
Yeah.
So you take a d8, you'll roll it 5 times, and add that all together.
So you can affect 16 total number of hit points with the sleep spell. So if both of them combined have a hit points of less than 16 or equal to 16, then they both fall asleep. If they don't, then only one of them falls asleep.
And they will both fall asleep here.
All right. So considering that only lasts a minute, I want to grab my rope and kind of tie both of them together.
All right. So you, with your companions, now that you've essentially put an end to this combat, are easily enough able to come in and tie them up, secure them as you bind them up. You do so rather quickly. Who is assisting you in this?
Whoever wants to. I'll just, I guess, grab them over and kind of put them closer to the middle of the room so that we don't...
Absolutely.
I'll help.
All right. So between yourself and Esteban, you're easily able to quickly tie them up, get them secured, as you come and all together as they begin to wake up, and you see them kind of turn and look, and Thwip, and you see Thwip just turn and look. Ah, Quick, Small, you are safe. You are saved now.
So, I kind of look at them and I'm just like, right, why did you attack my friend?
Friend say he pushed Thwip.
Friend not say he pushed friend. Friend said your friend did, so you still attack us.
You lie. Thwip here.
Well,
And
are
you
we
see
sure
Thwip
that's
turn-
really
They-
Thwip?
They do knock.
Jesus Christ. Can we just kill them?
I mean, if they weren't so endearing, yeah.
They push Scorp.
Oh shit. All right. Yep. No. Scorp fell.
Well,
No,
if
you
I
hit
remember
Thwip,
things,
and you see him
If
start
I
trying to
re-
like clutch his head.
if I remember things correctly, and then I point to Mortok, he actually pushed, and then I point to Esteban, him off. But no one else pushed anyone off.
Yeah, I am the only one that got a push of any sort, shape, or form.
No, Thwip saw this one hit Scorp. Scorp fall because this
I'm
one.
gonna.
No,
as
that's wrong.
As I'm holding Thwip, he like reaches his hand out to point. I'm gonna reach up and grab his hand at the wrist and just twist.
Come on now, we don't.
And easily enough, you hear a sickening snap as you just essentially break his wrist, and you hear Thwip no! Screech. He will take 3 points of damage as you snap his wrist.
Oh man. Last warning.
Never mind. No, who's
you guys, you gotta leave.
Can't leave. Trex lead here.
Why did Trex lead here?
Trex is smart. Trex say we be safer in town. There's food in town. We make our town.
I will put my hand on this kobold's shoulder. You can't take the town there, friend.
No, but Trek's smart. He speaks like human who know a lot. He no speak dragon no more. He smart. He say take town, take food, town, sing.
I will take the rope. Are these two tied together?
They certainly can be.
They are tied together.
Right.
I will take the rope and I will just kind of string these guys and just hold them on my shoulder. All right, let's go talk to
Quick,
Trey.
back down. Slow down. Beat, pick up.
Whoa!
These poor kobolds.
Now we have 3.
Do I see?
This is Kobold Liberation.
Would I be able to tell which one is the one that hasn't been damaged? So they're not the trick or the one that I.
So you see that Grek is the one here that has not been damaged.
Ah, yes, wonderful. I'd like to cast a vicious mockery on him.
What do you say to him?
You're gonna make this man. You're gonna roast this man so hard he dies.
I hope so.
It's only 1d4. He's undamaged. He's safe.
What do you say to him?
I say. Oh, I don't even. What do I even say? It looks like you're all tied up.
Oh, no, like button! No, like button!
God
And starts
damn.
shaking his head. Roll me that d4 damage.
Scathing.
Oh no, I didn't know a d4 could bounce like that. Oh, it was a 4!
Alright, and he screeches and kind of tries to bring his little hands up to try to cover his ears as you talk.
Oh man.
Alright, are you continuing on?
After all that.
All right. So
I cast.
maybe the best choice we have here is to just tie these 3 guys up right here, leave them back over here, and then go talk to Trek.
What do with them when finished? Leave them here?
I mean, how cute are these guys?
Hey.
Are they tiny monsters, or are they fairly endearing?
Are they like
do you
little
want to see
Ewoks?
the art that I was given as a
It's
handout?
too late. Chat loves them. We cannot kill them
I know.
anymore. This
Hang on,
is your
hang on.
fault.
Let's decide if
We
this
let them
works.
I
speak.
know. I'm sorry.
This is the art that I'm given for these guys.
Oh, three.
You can't kill that.
That is that is clearly
That's
that
not
is
cute.
clearly an adult.
That is a human being.
Alright. I'm gonna set these 2 down and tie them back up with whip. Alright. Here's what's gonna happen. Alright, focus in. First of all, everybody have a peppermint.
What peppermint? Peppermint food? Food? We like food. Food safe. Food safe. Town, food safe. And they all start
will
kind of
give-
talking over each other.
As they talk, I will put a peppermint on each of their tongues.
And they, oh, it's hot.
Spicy.
Spicy. It's spice. It's like fire from dragon. And you see them just kind of like chewing and rolling the peppermints in their mouths.
You guys can't stay here, and you can't stay in town. We're gonna go talk to and/or dispose of your leader that made this decision, depending on what his take is on it. And you guys are gonna get on out of here somewhere safer. All right?
Trex say town is safe.
No. Trex is wrong.
Trex
Town is
wrong.
not
Trex
safe.
smart.
Town send us here to kill you.
Not correct. Trex smart. Trex know what
Very
you talk
correct.
about.
Okay. All right. You guys, I'll leave them a handful of peppermints. You guys enjoy. We'll be back in a little bit. Don't move, because if you do, we'll kill you.
You see one of them who's like starting to try to like get down, like, and try to like tip the whole group over to like be on the side to like at the peppermints. Suddenly stop.
Let's go.
Let's. I walk up to him, and before he could lick the peppermint, I kind of put my staff in his way. It was like, "Where's Trex? Which way?"
Trex up tunnel. Go down.
Like left or right?
Up tunnel, go down. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
North or left?
Yeah.
What's north left?
Okay, I kind
Alright, he
of
said
grab him
north
and point him on the directions. Just which way?
As you start pointing, one of them eventually, that way, that one, yes, that one. And when you are pointing to this hall.
Okay.
Drop him right in front of the peppermints.
And he gives a little like squeak as he hits the ground before sitting and like, and you hear them start squabbling with each other over who gets the next peppermint.
Poor fellas.
Alright, are you all continuing down the hall?
Yes, please.
Want to go on record as saying those kobolds just experienced more minty flavor than the average kobold does in their entire life.
Their entire life. Alright, as you all continue up this hall, you do notice that it continues on for quite a ways. As you go, you do pass a few different alcoves.
Oh, dude, look at the sign. We're level 2 now.
No.
Yeah.
As you reach,
all we have to do is bully 3 kobolds
that descend deeper down into the tunnels of the mines. What is your marching order?
I want to poke my head just through here. What's down the rest of this tunnel?
As you poke your head, it just seems to be more mining deposits.
Oh, okay.
Can I very quickly go look what was in front of us this way?
Which way?
Over here.
Back the way we
Alright.
started.
As you go this way,
I will stealth if necessary.
You can stealth if you'd like to.
I'll stealth.
Okay.
I didn't stealth.
Okay. So as you continue down this hall, you continue into a room. Here we go. Where there's a hole in the western side of the chamber which opens up into the central shaft, letting in the sound of the waterfall from above. The floor in the northern end of this cave is 5 feet higher than the southern end, and there is a rocky ridge that separates them via a slope on either side. The walls above the ridge gleam with gem deposits. What is your passive perception?
My passive perception is only 11.
All right. Go ahead and move yourself to where you are in that room, just so I know for my sake.
Like right here.
Okay. As you are sort of standing here, looking about, I need for you, for no reason at all, to roll me contested athletics or acrobatics.
Acrobatics. 19.
Okay, with an 18, you suddenly feel these tentacles swoop down from the ceiling around you, and as you manage to rip yourself away, I will need for everybody to roll me initiative. Whoop. As you have found, attacking down at you from the ceiling, a grell, which has come down to attempt to grab you and take you away somewhere.
It's grapping.
I would have made people aware. I'm gonna go check out the other way real quick.
So you all wait a moment, and you don't see Esteban coming back around the corner very quickly. Everyone may roll me initiative, and I will put back on some tunes. All right, everybody's initiatives are in. First up is Rothbart.
So I know you went that way, but like when the thing swooped down, would you have like, did you scream or make a noise or anything?
Probably a little bit. But there is also a waterfall in this room, so you would not be able to hear me.
So about 2 or 3 minutes have passed, and there's still no sign of Esteban.
Okay, if it's been a few minutes, Nick wants to.
It's okay.
I do not think that Rothbard has heard you. So.
And for everybody to see what the grill looks like, here is that art for you.
Gross.
I'll be fine.
Oh, neat.
Oh.
Tentacles, yay.
Yeah, okay, can I make a perception check to see if I would have heard the yell?
I will say yes, you may make a perception check.
That's a 15.
A 15, you do hear what sounds like the echo of a yell.
I'll just say that you got my second. I'll start running this way.
All right.
Then that's 30. So that's is passing through someone is that...
We'll count that as difficult terrain, so it will take twice as many squares.
So 5, 20, 30, and I'll use my action to dash.
All right.
5, 10, 15. And seeing, I guess, this thing, I will use a bonus action.
Okay.
To give Esteban some bardic inspiration.
Thank you.
All right. So Esteban,
And
you
I'll also
have a bardic
I'll
inspiration.
And when I see it, I'll instantly scream, "Help!"
All right. At the end of Rothbart's turn, that brings us to Kat.
Well, Kat is right down the hall, so she hears that call for help, most likely.
Mm-hmm.
So she sends Winifred ahead.
Okay.
To, she's probably a little bit faster with her wings, and she's pretty agile, so she can swoop on through. And Kat follows behind her. What does she see anything?
From where you're at, you're unable to see around this bit of rock jutting out to see what's going on. From here, where you were before you moved, you can see that there are some tentacles, but you're still not able to get a clear view of anything.
Okay.
Esteban, you have received inspiration from Nimi.
Oh, God bless.
So if I'm not close enough to be around the tentacles, could I push around Rothbart to get closer? Or do I have to stay behind?
Let's see. From where you're at, you're unable to get past him with the amount of movement that you have left.
Okay. As my action, am I able to send Winifred back to, like, fly around in the cave to, like, get everyone's attention?
Yeah, I'll say so. So you're able to look at Winifred, and she just kind of turns, takes off, and goes into the other room that you were just in before. As Naughty and Mortok, you see Winifred fly into the room, hooting and making a ton of noise as she kind of puffs up, lots of very frantic movements before tearing back off down the hall towards Cadigan.
And, I think that's the end of my turn. I don't know what else to do.
All right. So. At the end of your turn, that brings us to the Growl. The Growl is going to make its multi-attack against you, Esteban.
Shit. Go ahead.
So first up is its tentacle attack.
Okay.
That tentacle attack is going to be a 16 to hit.
That will miss.
All right. So as it lashes out at you with its tentacles, you manage to kind of duck and dodge in between them as it comes in suddenly for its bite attack. That is a 17 to hit.
That is my armor class.
All right, so he will hit you with that bite attack, and as you're... Ooh.
I will use a reaction.
Okay, what is your reaction?
I will use one of my first level spell slots to cast Silvery Barbs.
Alrighty.
So the enemy must re-roll its d20 and choose the lower roll.
And you can give advantage to someone.
All right. So that is going to make his roll a 16, making it miss. Who are you going that advantage to?
I will give it to my good pal Esteban.
All right, Esteban, you have advantage.
I will, as it lashes out at me with the tentacles and the bite, I am just laughing wildly and preparing to attack.
All right, duly noted. At the end of the Grell's turn, it does come now to you, Esteban. Naughty on deck.
First things first, I will take the big axe out and take a good old swipe at him.
All right, give me a roll to hit.
I missed. Oh wait, I have advantage on this.
Yes.
So that was a fix. So that was not going to hit. That is also, if you can believe it, a 6.
Oh no.
So hand axe isn't going to hit.
Okay.
But then I'm going to reach into my bag of peppermints, crush a bunch, and take an unarmed strike at him.
All right, go ahead and roll that to hit.
That one is a 13.
A 13 will hit. Go ahead and roll me damage.
I can't hit with the weapon, but I'm hitting the unarmed strike. This is 5 points of bludgeoning.
All right, 5 points of bludgeoning noted. Is there anything else you would like to do with your turn, Esteban?
Action and bonus action. Am I restrained?
You are not. It has not grappled you.
I'll hold my ground.
Alrighty.
Or no, I won't. I'll move a little this way.
All right, duly noted. So you move to make way for people to come in behind you. That brings us to Naughty Mortok on deck.
All right. I'm just gonna do the full movement over. So it's what, 30 feet, right?
So you have 30 feet of movement that could get you to here.
Yeah, there, and then dash would give me an extra what, 30 or 20?
30 feet. Mm-hmm.
I'll just do the extra dash just to get closer to everybody else there, and then I'm done.
Okay. At the end of your turn, that brings us then to Mortok.
Seeing them all quickly run out that direction, I'm just gonna lower my pike down to the throat of one of the kobolds and my feet tied up. Kind of press the tip of it in a little bit. What's down there?
Don't know. Just kobolds.
So, kobold attack friends?
I don't know. No more kobold up here. Only kobold up here. Greg, Small, Thwip, Scorp.
No. Scorp down there.
Well, there's no one else.
I will reluctantly pull the pike back. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. I'll make it to about there. And I'll see up ahead the traffic jam that's already happened in the cave with everybody trying to get up there. I'm just going to stay where I'm at.
All right. At the end of your turn, that brings us to Rothbart.
Kick its ass, Rothbart.
Would I have 30 feet of movement? Would I be able to go here and then pass through Estevan to end up over here?
Yes.
Would that be... So I'll run over here. The torch in one hand, I'll pull out my dagger with my other hand, and I'm gonna start slashing at those tentacles.
All right, give me a roll to hit.
That is 16.
A 16 will hit. Go ahead and roll that damage.
Okay, is that will be 8. Is it piercing or slashing for daggers?
Daggers is
Your
piercing.
choice.
Oh yeah, it is piercing. Yeah. So 8 piercing.
All right, duly noted.
And I will end my turn with that.
Alrighty. At the end of your turn, that brings us to Cat.
Cat decides to, Na'I doesn't have any light on him right now because he passed his torch, right? She's just kind of in the dark. She's gonna feel her way around, end up in the corner. What does she hear? Does she hear, fighting or screeching or...
So you do hear what seem like these weird, unearthly screeches. They sound very unnatural. And you do hear the sounds of some fighting, some scuffling. As you come around the corner, you do see where Rothbart with the torch is out, so you do have access to light again.
Can I ask a beginner question?
Absolutely, you can ask whatever you need to.
Would it be a bad decision to cast Thunderwave in a small space?
Yes.
Okay.
Because you will hit your friends.
And also, that is probably a spell. That is a what if there's a bigger emergency button.
Okay. Understood. Thank you. Is there a chance that any of the tentacles are happening in front of her face?
Absolutely. You are within 5 feet, and there are certainly some tentacles flying about as this thing is floating up above you in the air.
Okay. Can she try and use her dagger to make a melee attack?
Absolutely. Roll to hit for me.
Is she flanking?
She is flanking with Rothbart, so you will get advantage. That is a good point.
Okay, advantage means I get to roll twice?
Yes, and you'll take the higher number.
That's excellent! Because I would like to not take my first nat 1. 11 and then attack. Is +4, so 15?
A 15 will hit. Go ahead and roll me damage.
Damage 1d4 + 2. So that's a 4.
All right, 4 points of damage. Noted. All right, is there anything else you would like to do with your turn, Kat?
Nope.
All right, at the end of your turn, that brings us to the Grell. Still very focused in. It's going to turn and start looking around, trying to get to at least one of your party. It is going to focus in now here on you, Rothbart, as it's going to make this multi-attack in your direction. So that first multi-attack is the tentacles. The tentacles for a 16 to hit.
Well, that might hit, yes.
All right. So you are going to take 10 points of piercing damage, and I need a Constitution saving throw.
I have a question. If I'm now in the death saving throw region, because I only have 9 hit points, do I need to make a Constitution saving throw?
You will need to make the Constitution saving throw.
Okay, wonderful to know. I'll do that. It's 14.
All right, a 14 will save, so you are not additionally, bless your heart, you are not additionally paralyzed, but you are now considered grappled, as the Grell is going to turn and try to run away here, moving out.
Attack of opportunity.
2 attack of opportunities if you would like them, from Kat and from Esteban, if you would like to take them.
Because he's within 5 feet of an ally, is he considered flanked?
He is not, because the ally is no longer in a condition to threaten him.
That's okay. 11 to hit.
11 will hit. Go ahead and roll me damage.
It is max damage for 9.
For 9, very nicely done. Duly noted. Kat, are you wanting to take that attack of opportunity on the Grell?
I would say that seems like a smart decision, and I will do that.
All right, go ahead and roll to hit with your weapon.
That's a 23.
A 23 will just barely hit. Go ahead and roll me damage.
That's only a 3 damage.
All right, 3 damage, duly noted. The Grell can only get so far due to the additional weight, and that will bring us to Esteban's turn. Naughty on deck.
I am grabbing Rothbart.
All right. So as you grab onto Rothbart, you're easily able to you're just holding and pulling against this Grell. Let's make 2 athletics checks contest to see if you can completely rip away Rothbart from this Grell.
I'm making 2 checks.
So you will make 1, and I will make the one contested.
Okay, okay, that's my bad.
No, you're good.
You said athletics?
Athletics to try to rip him away.
A 15. Rothbart, what's your bardic? A D4?
It's a D6.
A D6.
Wait, is it a D4? No, it should be
It's
a D6.
D6.
It's D6 to start. Mm-hmm.
It is a 16.
Against a 15, you are successfully able to rip Rothbart away from the Grell.
Okay. That's my action.
Mm-hmm.
Object interaction, I'm going to toss Rothbart a little bit to the side.
All right, where are you tossing Rothbart's body to?
Just
the
like... yeah, off the edge. Of course we said hello.
I'm not an object.
Right now you are a little bit.
You toss Rothbart and you see his body kind of roll a little bit over to land in front of Kat here.
It's a gentle toss. You know, and then I'm going to unarmed strike. No, actually, you know what? This seems like the appropriate. This is the emergency. I'm going to bonus action shift.
All right. What does that look like, Esteban?
The beard on my face turns a little more white, and I have 2 massive teeth jump down from the side as the hair just all around gets a little thicker and a little whiter, and I am going to bite the Grell.
All right. So you move up to bite the Grell. Go ahead and roll that attack.
First, I am also going to take off. I gotta check how much it is. I get temporary hit points. I get 4 temporary hit points, which is lovely. And then attack. That's a 10 to hit.
A 10 will hit. Roll me that damage.
That is 1d6 plus strength. 8 points of damage.
8 points of damage, duly noted. This thing is not looking good.
That's me.
All right, at the end of your turn, that brings us to Naughty. On deck is Mortok.
Okay. So I'm going to just like I'm just gonna charge straight up since I'm hearing all this ruckus here, and that's the most I can do because I had to walk past Nick's character, right?
I will say because his character is presently unconscious on the ground, it's pretty easy to step over him, so we'll not take that additional movement right now.
So I can go the extra block, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm just gonna straight up come charging with my quarterstaff in hand, and I'm just gonna roll for attack.
Alrighty, go ahead and give me that roll to hit.
I will not hit. That's a 5.
A 5 will unfortunately miss. Is there anything else you'd like to do with your turn?
Cry in a corner.
Crying is a free action.
No, I'm done.
Alrighty, at the end of your turn, that brings us to Mortok. Rothbart's first death saving throw on deck.
10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So I get to here, which is standing over Rothbart's body.
Mm-hmm.
Technically, as you can see by my drawn line,
Mm-hmm.
the Grell is 10 feet away from me.
Correct.
I have a polearm,
You
which
sure
gives
do.
my melee attack a reach of 10 foot.
Mm-hmm.
So I am just going to come lumbering up the hallway, push my way past the basket area, and see Cat and the dead swan there in the ground. Just kind of give a gruff grunt, lean around the corner, and just jab the pike out towards this Grell.
Alright, give me a roll to hit.
That is a 18 to hit.
An 18 will hit. Roll me damage.
That is 12 points of piercing damage.
12 points, duly noted. Is there anything else you would like to do with your turn, Mortok?
This thing not dead? Jesus Christ.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
How bad does it look right
It
now?
looks like shit.
Okay.
Well, that's all I got.
Alright, at the end of your turn, that brings us to Rothbart. Rothbart,
Bro,
if you would please make your death saving throw. Do not announce your roll, but instead DM me the number.
I don't like that. All you have to do is roll a nat 20. That wasn't a nat 20.
Alright, duly noted. Please make a mark accordingly. At the end of that death saving throw, that brings us to Cat.
No, it doesn't. I wish I had something else in my inventory to attack with. I suppose I can.
So you can either attack, or if you have something that you think can help in healing Rothbart, you can do that as well.
Ooh. I have Cure Wounds. Can I cast that?
You can cast Cure Wounds on him. That will bring him back up.
Okay. 1d8 plus 2. That's a 7.
7 points of health back to you, Rothbart, as you kind of your eyes open back up and you are conscious again.
Oh, I feel like a Loxodon was standing on my space.
Alright, anything else you'd like to do that will take your action to cast Cure Wounds. So you've got your bonus action and movement.
Movement, I'm gonna go ahead and scoot just back into the hallway.
Okay.
Seeing if I can, she's gonna scoot around to see if she can get like a better vantage point of the monster.
Okay, and you are able to make out some portions of the monster around the large frame of Mortok.
Okay. We'll call it there.
Alright, at the end of your turn, that brings us to the Grell. The Grell is going to look down, focusing in at Nadi, who is now closest to it. Nadi, it's going to make its multi-attack against you. That first hit is a 10.
No.
Alright, and then for the bite attack, that is a critical failure. So you watch as it goes to get to you, and it slams its beak into the wall and seems to get stuck, making it easier to hit this turn. Esteban, you are up. On deck is Nadi.
I'm gonna grab it.
Alright. So you are making a grapple check?
Yeah, I wanna grab it off the wall.
Alright. So I will make that contested roll. Go ahead and roll me a grapple check.
That is blackjack.
Nicely done. Against a 16, you successfully grapple the Grell.
And while I'm holding it in my hands, I'm going to bite it.
Alright, go ahead and bite at advantage, because you are containing it.
That is also blackjack.
Nicely done, nicely done. Go ahead and roll me that damage.
We're playing Dungeons and Dragons, not blackjack.
Hit me.
No,
That's gonna be... Hold on. Sorry, I'm still getting used to the long tooth part.
You're all good.
It's only 3 points of damage.
How does it look as you dispatch the Grell?
I will grab it off the wall and say, "That wasn't very nice of you, friend," and I will just sink my teeth into where I assume its brain is and let it go limp like I'm killing an octopus.
That's the fun part. It's
Easily
all brain.
done. And you watch as this creature goes limp, the dark black, almost spurts of blood kind of dripping down from your mouth as it goes limp and is dead.
I will shift back immediately.
Alright, so you immediately shift back into Esteban.
I will hold up the Grell and just throw it over my shoulder. These things are great with a little bit of butter and lemon. Sorry about that.
Everything is fine. Yes.
Everything's fine. Rothbart,
I feel like that one charming and dashing hero from that one popular song it's about a man who was in the 9 hells and was felled by a mummy in a single swoop. Oh,
heard that
he was
one.
so strong and handsome, just like me.
Some say they're still stuck there.
And
hell is other people.
I look over at Kat and I thank you for... You saved my life.
I think you might be exaggerating a bit, but you're very welcome.
Well, if now that secrets can be out of the bag, if we were to talk about my state in terms of death saving throws, I may have rolled a 1, so you saved my life very much. It is no understatement, I promise.
That is the opposite of what I told you to do.
Right? Quite literally.
Well, I reckon that should we be in a position like this in the future, you will roll better and reciprocate the support. should that time come.
Well, I definitely would, but I don't think it's about me rolling better. I think the monsters need to roll worse.
Look down at Esteban and kind of give a big poke to the chest and say, "No, go alone."
Rookie mistake. That one's my bad. I thought it would be a more empty room than it was. Let's go check on the kids.
Now hold your horses.
Ah.
Is everyone all right? Is anyone physically damaged? Does anyone else need help? Before we move on.
I'm feeling quite well now. My ego
There-
not as much.
Very well. I suppose we should mosey on down this hallway then.
All right. As you all return back over to where you hear quite a bit of commotion as you come around the corner, and it looks like in the time that you've been gone, they've successfully managed to, using their teeth, kind of chew through the binds, and instead of running, they are actively sitting there on the ground just eating some peppermints as you all come back. They kind of stop, turn and look at you, and you see Thwip, who's kind of holding his one little, like, broken wrist kind of up against his body, just... We could not reach Peppermint.
You broke my rope.
It was him, and he points over to Small, who's sitting there, like, cheek filled with peppermints.
You guys, sit here, and I will put another fistful of peppermints on the ground. Make those last until we come back, and we'll give you more.
Yes. And you see Greg kind of turn and look at the others. This food is good. Food, safe, town. Good food. And they keep going back to eating more of the peppermints.
You move from here, you'll never get another peppermint again.
And you see Small reach out and try to, like, push Greg a little bit to try to make him move out of his spot, and they just go about some general rabble-rousing between themselves.
How do they seem to understand the situation and the bargain that's being struck?
They seem to understand that you're giving them food of some kind.
Fantastic.
That they are enjoying.
All right, let's go talk to the head honcho.
Wait, really quickly before we do, I look over at the kobolds. Is there, so, like, you know, I saw you poking at a rat before. You failed to mention the existence of a giant beak tentacle creatures. Is there anything else? I do not have the patience for this. Is there any other creatures that you might have seen in here that we should be a bit aware of?
Some rats. Lots of rats. Good eats, good food rats. And one of them, you see Thwip kind of, like, turn and look at you, kind of holding his wrist now closer to his body as he loudly crunches on a peppermint. Hey, others, Vot, Zerk, and Trex.
There are only 3 more downstairs?
Yes.
Okay.
Trex smart. You will like Trex.
I have a feeling we won't, but I appreciate that optimism.
Are they all the same, or are the others kobolds like you?
They like us. But Trex smart.
Okay, well, these 3 ain't got the sense God gave a goose, so I suppose we should let them eat their peppermints and get this show on the road.
That's a point of inspiration if I've ever heard one.
Oh, if I weren't letting chat award inspiration, you would get one right then.
You heard her. It's up to you, chat.
Let's go, chat.
Vote now on your phones.
Come on.
It's up to you.
The golden buzzer goes to...
Oh. All right. What is your marching order as you proceed forward?
I will go first.
Okay, so Mortok in the lead.
Hada's tired of being left behind, so she like scoots right on up behind him.
All right,
I'll
so
go
Kat
last.
second.
I'll pat Rothbart on the shoulder and be like, I think you should stay back a little bit, and I'll go forward.
Would, if it's all right, would you be able to take your torch? Then maybe I should rely more on my bow than my dagger.
Right. How long have we been down here?
You've probably been down here about 45 minutes, an hour.
Okay, so then if it's an hour, that torch is gone. Yeah.
I'll hold up the rear. I'll give you guys directions.
So I think I'm fourth then.
Yes.
All right. So, as you proceed, as you reach the end of this hallway here, you will move down to level 3.
Dude, we're level 3 now.
Which I will reveal to you now. Here. All
I'm
right.
all the way back here. Okay.
Excellent. We can roll 20 easy.
Who there? Who there? Who there?
All right. As you are walking along Mortok, you come across yet another bit of this underdark, large pit that just
God damn it.
descends through the whole area and a series of bridges. You can see that the tunnel's downward slope here will end where it opens in on the center shaft again, and the wooden walkway will extend from the opening and run westward towards another tunnel here in the rock. In front of you, you see a large bucket, much similar to the one you saw earlier, that dangles from a taut rope that stretches southward across the shaft and is connected to another wooden platform 15 feet away.
So there's a gondola that takes you to and back and forth across the horrible pit of endless darkness. This is a great idea. Love this. I'm gonna go see what's over here.
Okay. Mortok, as you walk into this area, you see lurking within the dusty tunnel here, 3 skittish kobolds. One of them carries a threadbare satchel and wears a fake pair of dragon wings made of thin wood and tattered white cloth. This kobold immediately raises its hand in surrender, saying,
Stop making them cute!
Saying in excellent common, "We mean you no harm. Please do not hurt us."
We came down here to have fun and kill a bunch of kobolds. Now we can't do that.
So you
I feel bad. I feel really bad about the one that I killed.
I will just kind of
he's so cute.
step forward, pike like pointed out in front of me. Why are you here?
Please, the everlasting winter has made the wilderness unsafe for my kind, and the preternatural cold dulls our wits. Please, we only want a place to stay so that we might keep out of the horrible weather. We can work, and we won't cause any trouble. Termalaine would be richer for having us.
do I believe him in his sincerity?
Make me an insight check.
Did we follow through, or like?
You all followed through if you so chose.
That's a 17.
With a 17, you can tell that he is lying.
Carla?
Sorry, I just heard Carla scream no so loud. We just heard. Oh my god.
Carla.
I think the kobold is still falling down here.
Bro, that's Scorp.
About this time, you see Scorp pass. Oh!
I'm gonna. Why was he falling so slowly?
It's like the van in Inception.
I want to like. Do I see like readied weapons and things like that? Like they're about to try and jump us?
They do not seem like they are trying to jump you, attack you, etc. You do see this kobold that you are easily able to identify his tracks with his hands up. He doesn't seem like he's trying to do anything illicit in this moment, but you can definitely tell that what he has said is a lie.
I think I have to push past what Bradley or other characters I play would do and do what this character would do. And in realizing that that this guy is lying to me, I mean I don't buy it. So I will come up to here. I'm not gonna say or do anything yet, but I'm just gonna press the pike up to his throat, just like I did the ones before. Truth.
You see him kind of look at you a little bit. Truth. I have some needs. You can show me someone wiser than I am. I'd be happy to leave.
What the fuck does that mean? I'm going to.
That sounds like nodding.
I'm just gonna like lower the pike down from his neck down, like closer to his chest, and just give a little bit of a nudge. I wanted to back up further into the tunnel.
And he will just acquiesce, moving slightly backward.
I'm gonna look to the other one that's in the crevice here, and point for him to get out of there.
You see him kind of turn, look. Zerk, no hurt. Zerk, follow tracks.
I'm gonna grab Zerk and just push him behind me towards Cat.
And he, as you like kind of push and move him.
And I'm gonna keep pushing forward.
Okay.
Why?
Roll me a perception check, Mortok, as you're doing all of this.
Is a 22.
Okay, with a 22, you see him, while he's happy to move along, you see him kind of uncomfortably shift this satchel he's got away from you. As he just... I would like to be wiser. Would like to not be in such a meek form. And most of that is hindered by what's up here.
Okay. how to not meta the situation. I saw him move the satchel like further away so that I can't see it. How is the sack like attached to him? Does he have like a rope or something that like is he like slung over his shoulder or something?
He's kind of got it slung across. So you know how like Kavu bags work? So it comes across like that. It's very similar to that, and the satchel's kind of rotated behind him.
I'm going to twist the edge of the pike between him and the rope holding it together, and I'm just going to snip the rope free.
And as you do so, the rope kind of collapses. You see the satchel fall to the ground, and he just kind of twitches a little bit, but doesn't move.
Kick it over.
Surely we can have a discussion instead of you
No,
robbing
and
me.
I push it a little harder into his chest.
Okay. You see him kind of move his foot and push the satchel gently kind of across into the space between you.
I will kind of bend over a little bit, and I'll reach out with my trunk to grab it so I don't have to drop my pike. And I'll once again just kind of hand it to whoever's behind me over my shoulder.
I got it.
We wish only to be able to be safe. We were forced out of Kelvin's cairn by a Yeti, and I had no chance to explain to the miners we meant no harm before they left. I see no reason why you should be robbing me.
Can I ask them real quick, what happened to the missing miner?
There's no idea that there was a missing miner. We've been here only a day or two.
Can I...
Insight check?
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll me an insight check, anyone who would like to.
Alright, gotcha.
9.
13.
19.
Alright. With a 19, honestly, anyone with a 13 or higher, you can tell that much at least is truthful.
Yeti come take your home. So you come south and take miners home?
We wish to work. Become members of the town. They simply ran away before we could explain.
That is why their sign up front say kobold only?
You see him kind of look to the side for a moment. All right. Our mistake. We'll take the sign down.
What is in bag? I ask to Nadi, who's behind me.
Just open it up and...
As you look inside, there are some gems and some stones inside of the bag. Additionally, you see, very out of place for the moment, a bunch of dried plants.
Do I know what these plants are, or...?
Roll me a nature check, Nadi.
Could I do maybe medicine instead?
I'll say sure. You can make a medicine check instead.
Okay. 7, even with my +6.
With a 7, you're not really sure. You're just it's like it's right on the tip of your tongue. You can feel that you feel like you should know this, and it just won't come to you.
Alright.
More talk. As you mention what's in the bag, you see Trex immediately kind of stiffen, kind of looking past you as best he can towards Nadi.
Do I see any weapons on this guy?
You do not.
What about the one behind him?
Something's not right.
I'm going to step forward into this space pike still held at his chest, I'm just going to just stare deeply into his soul. I don't think Mortok has had any interactions with kobolds before today. However, his interactions with the other kobolds, compared to the attitude and stylings of this kobold, are very different. There is obviously something going on with this guy. I want to, like, grab him. I want to grab him and kind of just lift him up from the ground.
Okay, roll me a grapple check.
That is cocked. That is a 24.
Okay, with a 24, you successfully managed to grapple him.
Does he react?
No, not really. No more than he's reacted to most things that you've done.
Cool. Now I'll pick him up. I'm just gonna press him to the wall and then pull out a rope and start tying him up.
You just hear him kind of chuckle a bit, but he doesn't seem to fight or push back.
I'll also tear the fake dragon wings off.
Again, does not seem to really react. You do hear a gasp from the other kobold behind him as he looks at the wings. Your wings! Gone! Hurt?
Fake. Once I've got him tied up, and I want to, like, hands behind the back, tie his feet also, I'll pick him up and toss him into this little crevice.
Okay. So you're putting Trex in that crevice?
Yeah.
Easily done. You watch as you move him. What is your passive perception?
18.
You see that he is eyeing. He doesn't care what you're doing. He is so focused on Naughty and the bag.
Naughty, take that bag away from him. I don't like the way he looked at it.
No! The bag is mine.
The bag is now mine, as is your life.
As Naughty, you've been instructed to remove the bag. Are you doing so?
Yeah.
As you turn to go, all of you see as a ghost leaps out of Trex's body towards you, Naughty.
Stab.
I will need everybody to roll initiative.
There we go.
Magic words.
Boy.
It's a ghost.
It's a ghoul.
Oh, cool.
Oh, helps if I'm on the right layer. Jeez. Okay, there we go.
I am still here. I'm just going to quickly grab some water from the sink.
You're all good. All right. If everybody will go ahead and put their initiatives in. You beat me to it, Smile. It's fine. All right. First up in initiative is Mortok. Next player in initiative will be Naughty. Mortok, you're up.
This is a fucking ghost. I'm assuming I can't grab it or handle it at all.
Correct.
So I am just going to, like, pull the pike back so that I'm just holding the front end of it and jab it up into the ghost. I'm also, why not? We're here. As the ghost kind of leaves out the kobold and it starts to, like, move towards Naughty, I will let out a great elephant trumpet and I will rage as a bonus action. And then stab.
All right. Go ahead and roll that hit.
That is a 16 to hit.
A 16 will hit. Roll me damage.
Plus rage damage is 13 points of piercing damage.
You will notice that it is not as effective as you would like.
Yeah, it's kind of what I figured. That's action, bonus action. I will glance at Trek, and the other one behind me right quick. What are they doing? How are they reacting?
Trex has fallen kind of limp, unconscious. Vought is kind of standing there scared, looking around. You're kind of able to see Zerk, who is kind of looking around, unsure what's happening as well.
Okay. As long as they don't look to be attacking us, that's fine.
Okay.
That's all for me.
All right. At the end of your turn, that brings us to the ghost. The ghost is immediately going to look at Naughty. Naughty, I need a charisma saving throw.
It's gonna yoink you.
17.
A 17. So you watch as the ghost reaches over and tries to almost merge into your body. You feel this chill run down your spine, and there's a moment where you kind of waver in between this moment of consciousness being your own, where you're able to push past and break through that. As you do so, you resist the possession, and that is the end of the ghost's turn. Naughty, you're up. Rothbard on deck.
All right. Seeing as looking at how ineffective Mortok's hit was on him, and seeing how he's like so obsessed with the bag, I kind of want to just take out my hammer and just swing away at the bag itself and kind of crush what's inside, see if that has any effect.
All right, so you begin crushing the things inside of the bag, and as you do so, you see the form of the ghost kind of flicker for a moment as it starts screeching at you.
All right, that basically consisted as my action, right?
Correct.
Okay, so I don't have any other action. Did it reacted to me and did it do any damage, or did it just simply
It didn't seem to deal damage, but it did seem to affect it in some way.
Okay. All right, so with that, at least I'll just hold off on anything else and just stand still as I guard the bag.
All right. At the end of your turn, that comes to Rothbart. Next on deck is Esteban.
From where I am, I'd be able to see the ghost, right?
From where you are, once you basically get to here, which is a standable spot, you're not going to be like precarious. You would be able to see the ghost past everybody.
Well, I have to be able to see. Okay, so I'll take a step here. And I will cast Vicious Mockery on the ghost.
All right. Vicious Mockery. Remind me, is a save. That Wisdom save is a 16.
Okay, so that does. I fail. So I try to come up with something biting, but being around these kobolds so much, no push. And that's my turn. And then I'll take one step back actually to leave some space.
All right. As you step back into your spot, that brings us to Esteban, cat on deck.
Is there any way for me to make it over to that ghost? Do I get the sense that there is any rational way to get over there?
Not particularly.
Cool. Okay. Then the thing that I will do. The last bridge could hold 3 people?
Correct.
The first thing I'm going to do is step out on here and see if the bridge feels stable.
You do feel a slight creak, but it does seem stable.
Okay. So then I'm going to get here next to Kat.
Okay.
And I am going to give Kat the help action in some way.
Okay. So I will have you specify how you're assisting her when it comes to her turn if she uses that action.
That's fine.
All right. Is there anything else you'd like to do on your turn?
I do have a point of order question.
Mm-hmm.
The temporary hit points I get when I shift, do I keep those?
I think you keep them while you're shifted.
And I will lose those. And for my bonus action, I will have a peppermint.
All right. At the end of your turn, while you enjoy a lovely peppermint, that brings us to Kat. More talk on deck.
You're muted.
Oh, Kat, you're muted.
Oops, thanks. She's going. If there's room, she was planning on pushing the kobold that's in front of her out of the way just enough so that if Nai gives her the space, she's gonna grab the bag from his hand.
Okay.
I believe since I was like smashing it on the ground, I would be at like a duck position now.
Kind of, yes. But if you are willing, she would be able to grab the bag from you.
Oh, sure, yeah.
All right, so Kat, you're able to reach over and Nai kind of helps in scooping the bag to you.
Okay. And then, so I will take the bag and I will push it off to Rothbart since he's at the back of the party.
All right, and Esteban, you're able to help facilitate that movement of the bag.
And that's the end of my turn, I think.
All right, at the end of your turn, that brings us to Mortok. Next player on deck will be Nai.
Damn it.
Roll to hit.
25.
A 25 will hit. Go ahead and roll me damage.
No, that's good. 11.
11 points of damage. Again, you notice it's not as effective as you would like, but it does deal damage.
Next.
All right, next that brings us to the ghost. The ghost is going to look around. Let's see. And it is going to reach towards you, Nai. And it is going to try its withering touch on you here. So as it reaches out with this ghostly hand, it's going to try to make contact with you with a 21 to hit, Nai.
Yeah, it hits.
Nai, you are going to take 15 points of necrotic damage as this hand reaches out and just essentially moves into and through where your heart is.
I fall to the floor.
Alright, Nai, you will begin making death saving throws on your turn. That being said, Nai, the ghost is going to fly over and into this wall here, making it unable to be seen at present by all of you.
Attack of opportunity?
You will get an attack of opportunity, Mortok.
It's a 20, not natural.
That will hit. Go ahead and roll me damage.
That is another 13 points of piercing damage.
13 duly noted. All right. Nai, it is your turn. Roll a death saving throw and do not announce the result. Send the result to me in a private message.
Copy.
Duly noted. Please make the appropriate mark. Moving on, that brings us to Rothbart. As you are standing here, you suddenly get this bag shoved into your hands, and as you turn around, kind of looking around, you see this ghost appear behind you through this wall.
Those gems into the hole.
So Rothbart, he was behind the wall when he didn't see like this entire like exchange with the bag. He doesn't know what this is or anything about it. I feel oh god, what would Rothbart do? There are two things I can think of, but my gut with Rothbart, he's gonna throw the bag down the hole.
All right, so you go and you throw the bag down the hole, Rothbart, and you hear this shriek come out of the ghost as you see the bag begin to plummet down into the dark pit. Is there anything else you would like to do with your turn?
I guess just throwing it down, is that like an object interaction?
You could essentially, with
or-
where you're at, you could drop it if you wanted to, basically. So it would not take any of your action.
Okay, I'll do that. Yeah, I'll just drop it, and then I'll try to Vicious Mockery again.
All right, Vicious Mockery, duly noted. That is a natural 20 on that Wisdom save.
Okay, well that's my turn. Love this ghost right next to me.
All right, Esteban, you're up. Next on deck is Cat.
Taking a page from our most recent combat upstairs, could I grab Rothbart and toss him into that open space that I can see?
I'm gonna say into the pit.
No. No, I'm not throwing Rothbart into the pit. I want to get Rothbart away from the ghost.
You're trying to throw him to where the ghost had been?
Yeah.
Your biggest risk with that is gonna be throwing him past your teammates and not hitting Naughty.
Okay. So what I'm hearing is that's a bad idea. I won't do
possible.
it. It's okay. Can I kind of get a little? Can I grab Rothbart and switch spots with him?
If Rothbart will allow it, I will allow it. Would you allow him to swap the positions you're in, Rothbart?
Oh, never mind. A little bit of slow dancing.
Okay.
Rose, check your DM.
All right, duly noted.
She is the DM.
I mean, yeah.
I will switch spots with Rothbart.
All right. That is your movement.
No, that's not gonna work. I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna take unarmed strike.
All right.
Can I take 2 unarmed strikes?
If you spend a key point, you can.
I do not have any key points
Oh,
yet.
that's right.
So I can't do that.
You can do a single unarmed strike, and then you can do one as your bonus action. Is what you're asking.
That's what I'm
then
looking
yes, you
at.
can do that.
I don't. Well, there's no sense in that. I'll do the hand axe first, because if that hits, I can do. It's not going to do a lot of damage anyway.
All right, go ahead and roll to hit.
That is a 12.
A 12 will hit. Go ahead and roll me that damage.
7.
With 7 points of damage. You notice it's not as effective as you would like, but it is damage.
Fistful of peppermint, second attack.
All right.
How many peppermints?
I missed.
All right, duly noted.
That is a natural 1.
So as you go to hit the ghost, it just kind of phases for a moment, and as it shrieks, and you just slam your fist into the wall. Your hand's fine. The wall's got a nice, notable fist indent into it.
Yeah. Action, bonus action. I don't have any more movement I'd like to. Well, I had some crazy monk shit I wanted to do, but I'm also smart and I'm not gonna do it.
Be pretty cool though.
It would be pretty cool. No, I'm good. I'm gonna hold my ground where I am, and I'm gonna try and stand between Rothbart and this ghost, because I don't think that ghost is very happy about what Rothbart just did.
All right. Rothbart is not up next. Cat is. I can do words real good. Cat, you're up. More talk on deck.
Okay, so I think Kat would like to take the kobold behind her and she puts a hand to its neck and says, "What do you know of this thing?"
Nothing scary. Don't like.
Do you plan on helping us at all?
If Trex say to.
Well, damn. Trex looks a little out of commission. Been hitting the ghost.
Mm-hmm. People are hitting the ghost, but it looks, the way that they are striking it, it looks like it should be dealing more damage to its body than it is.
So it has a body, it's not completely incorporeal. There is something there too.
Yes.
Okay. You guys are in the way for me to do that. I'm just gonna go ahead and do a regular attack with my dagger, I suppose.
Okay, you could throw your dagger from where you're at, but you're not close enough to try to hit it with it as like a melee attack.
Okay, yeah, I've got a range of 20, so.
All right. So go ahead and roll to hit, throwing your dagger.
Yeah. 19.
With a 19, that will hit. Roll me damage.
Oh, I keep putting this one away. This is it. 5.
5 points, and duly noted. It, again, is not quite as effective as you would like for it to be. But you do see the dagger kind of hit it. It flickers a little bit as the dagger passes through and lands down over here on the other side of the bridge.
R.I.P. dagger. So I have 2 weapon fighting. So I'd like to use my bonus action, because I'm also carrying a wooden staff. Can I just with the other arm javelin throw it?
I'll say sure.
One throw worked, why not take the other?
Sure, I'll say sure. Why not? So go ahead and roll to hit with that quarterstaff being thrown like a javelin.
9.
A 9 will not hit, as the ghost just seems to flicker out of existence for just a moment as the quarterstaff kind of careens past it and lands inside this hallway instead.
Well, that sticks. Okay, that's the end of my turn, I do believe.
All right, that brings us to the top of initiative with Mortok.
Okay, seeing the ghost has disappeared, seeing Naughty is DED dead, I'm going to step to here, and I'm going to look at Trex. He's unconscious, lying there on the stone. I'm going to reach down, grab him, pick him up, and shake him like a dog.
And you feel his neck kind of snapping back and forth, and you go,
whoa!
Not like kill him, but
you feel his bones right around loosely in a sack of skin. He's very.
You pick him up, you shake him, and he kind of. Where am?
Where did you find the ghost?
What ghost?
Where did you get bag of gems?
Find bag when travel. My bag.
Travel where?
Outside.
I just throw him back down into the fucking dirt. I can't do shit from here. I will reach out with my pike. I want to grab the whatever clothing the other one is wearing between us and yank him to me and just toss him behind me so that the kobolds are just out of the way.
Easily done.
And I could step. If I step here, I am in the way of anybody who wants to get to Naughty to actually heal him.
Mhm.
So I'm going to just stay here and prep. If the ghost does miraculously show back up, I will strike it.
All right, duly noted. At the end of your turn, the ghost looks at all of you, looks at where the bag is, and darts down after the bag into the pit,
We'll
disappearing.
take the attack of opportunity.
Oh, go ahead.
Kick it in the ass on its way out.
I don't think I did. That is an 11.
An 11 is its AC. Go ahead and roll me damage.
Okay. That is 7.
7 points of damage.
It's
Do
not
you
as
know-
effective as I'd like to be.
It is not as effective as you would like it to be. You know the drill. As the ghost darts down into the hole.
I'd like to make an attack of opportunity. with
All
my
right.
dagger.
Go ahead and roll that attack for me.
I'm gonna use my inspiration. I
Okay.
don't trust that it's hitting. 12.
A 12 will hit. Go ahead and roll me damage.
Blue is the lucky color. It's the color of the ghost. 7.
7 points of damage. Duly noted. You notice it's not as effective as you'd like it to be. All right. As the ghost darts down into the pit, you will drop out of initiative. As it disappears from view.
Someone heal Naughty.
Can I cast Cure Wounds?
You may cast Cure Wounds on Naughty as long as you still have that spell slot, which you should.
I do. That is my
It'd be
second.
cool if you
spell
did.
slot. Yeah, sorry. I kind of forgot that I was still carrying that. Sorry about that. I'll get used to it.
Go ahead and roll that healing that you're doing with the Cure Wounds.
Cure Wounds, D8 plus 2. 7.
7 points of healing back to you, Naughty. Bringing you back to consciousness.
Yay! I'm gonna look back at Tracks, whatever the fuck his name is.
Mhm.
It is time for you to go.
We go home. We leave. Don't like it here.
Correct.
Correct. He gets up, stops. My wings! Ah! No one can see without wings! No!
Both of the other kobolds are standing where his wings are lying. I have bad news.
My wings! Don't think I'm not a dragon anymore.
You are not a dragon, you are small scale.
I could be.
No. It is known.
You see him go, ah, at you.
I will trumpet loudly in his face with my trunk.
He kind of stops, covers his ears. We go, we go!
I'll look to the rest of the party. Time to leave.
I'd reckon it's about that time, yeah.
I'm fixing to get out of the dark.
I'd rather not die twice tonight.
We want to see what's over there, though.
I am a little curious.
Real quick.
I have not gotten chance to bloody my spear. Let's see what is there.
I'll make. I assume this is some Dex shit. I'll do it.
It's a gondola. It's a bucket, right?
Oh, is it? Okay. All right.
We'll pulley the bucket you over and let Esteban get inside, and then we'll pulley him back across.
Yeah.
Although I did tell him earlier that he wasn't allowed to go anywhere by himself.
I'll wait.
Who's going with him? I'm too fat to get on this fucking.
Only
fucking
one
shit.
of you can be in there at a time due to the space. Who are you sending
Who
across
volunteer?
first?
I'll go first.
All right. So Esteban, you start going across. Esteban, how much do you and all of your belongings weigh?
But there was no way.
Esteban weighs about 285 with belongings. Probably about 310.
Crossing the 300 mark. As you get about halfway over the pit, you feel the rope snap as you go to cross the pit. I need a dexterity saving throw to see if you can grab onto the end of the rope before falling into the pit.
I cannot wait for you to die after the combat.
I know. Dex save is 15.
With a DC 15,
that's what
you successfully grasp the end of the rope, holding on as you slam into the wall behind, and you hear the loud shattering of this basket shaft as it slams into one of the walls on its way down the pit.
Now, which side of the rope did he grab, though? Is he on our side?
He is on your side.
Okay.
I'll climb back up, brush myself off, and go, alright, let's go home.
We'll leave.
Man.
We'll leave.
Yeah.
And make sure all the kobolds are following us as we do.
Alright, and they will slowly kind of trek behind you as you see Trex and the others trying to kind of reattach his wings real quickly as they kind of walk and stop every once in a while. You kind of have to look over your shoulder and they'll scurry back up to catch up. But they will follow you. As you get to the others, they have almost finished the large pile of peppermints. And you see that there's just some of the crumbs of the peppermints across their faces, chunks kind of stuck in their teeth in some places. And they kind of look at you, noticing you all returning, and will kind of perk up, Trex, and start following Trex. No questions asked when he says that they are going to leave. As
time to go,
you make your way back out, you find yourselves safely back in Termalaine. After a bit of some travel to make sure that you arrive back safely. But you have successfully managed to clear the mine. Where are you headed?
Before we take these friends back to town, do we think that's a good idea?
No, they go.
We go home. No like here.
Correct.
Now, where is home? Far away from here?
Kelvin's Cairn.
You guys have a great trip back to Kelvin's Cairn. I give them a handful of peppermints for the run.
They excitedly start
wait.
chewing on them.
Where is this place located?
So, looking here, you are here in Termalaine.
Mm-hmm.
This is Kelvin's Cairn.
Oh my gosh.
They're a little far from home.
No,
it's a little bit of a long shot, but you said you arrived yesterday, right? Or 2 days ago or something?
Yes. I think.
Did you go directly to the mines, or were you like scurrying around town during the night at all?
I don't remember. You see the others. We followed Trex. Trex looks. I don't remember.
Do you remember any of your journey here?
No.
Do I believe that?
Roll me an insight check.
Oh, that's a 6. So I
you know, maybe.
Lying to you.
Well, okay. Sounds good enough for me.
All right. As you all exit, you see the sign is still up. You take it down, and you see the kobolds start trekking through the deep snow away from the city of Termalaine.
Now, They said they came here because there was a Yeti. We
ghost
sure it's
said
a
that.
good idea to send them right back.
I'll flag him down. Wait a second. You guys got a plan for the Yeti?
We plan, and you see them all stop, kind of spin in a little circle, and sit
Oh.
down right where they're at in the snow and start talking to each other.
Okay. I will go over and anybody got a piece of paper?
I take out the crumpled up piece of paper that you gave me earlier.
Oh, perfect. Anybody got a pen?
Actually, maybe.
I pluck out one of my feathers.
Fantastic. Anybody got some ink?
Winifred could provide some dark writing fluid.
I think I'd rather write it in blood before I write it in book.
Dark writing fluid.
I have oil. Would that work?
I don't think oil will work. I will just like nick my finger and dip the quill in there, and I will draw them a map to a safe place for them to go to.
Okay. What's your intelligence score, Esteban?
My intelligence is not good. I am proficient in cartography.
Okay, with your proficiency in cartography, you're able to draw them a pretty accurate map to lead them somewhere. Where are you sending them?
I'm gonna send them back to my home, and I will give them a note with my name spelled the best I can on it.
So
They're cool.
They are spelled incorrectly.
They're
Cool is all-
T-H-E-R-E, cool, K-E-W-L-S-T.
B-N.
Alright,
I didn't know you had the number 4 in your name.
Hold it up, hand it to them, and they kind of stop and look. Thank you, Peppermint Nan. Turn, and you see
Happy
them
trail,
start
tiny
toddling
friends.
along. You see Trex in the lead, the rest of them kind of following in behind him in single file line, and you can see Trex's wings just kind of shift a little bit too far down from how they've been fixed as he walks, and they venture out through Icewind Dale towards your home.
And I sent you where I'm sending them.
Duly noted.
Well, suppose now that that's all wrapped up, y'all want to hit the hay before we collect our reward? Or y'all want to head over to the tavern and get some celebratory drinks?
I think a drink and a nap is in order.
A nap sounds good, but I think I've had enough spirits for one day.
I will wait a full 3 minutes before I laugh at that joke.
Wait, really quick question though. Because they said that this whole point, they said that there were monsters in the mine, other than the one that went missing or whatever. Did any of the others actually get injured? I don't...
There were no stories shared with you of any injuries aside from the one individual who went missing.
Which we did not recover.
I have a bad feeling about the missing of miner. I think he is with Scoop, or whatever his name was.
I think he's probably with Scorp too.
So was it the ghost that pushed him down, or something else? Someone else?
Well, the ghost came with Trex, and they had no recollection of a missing person.
What was in the bag?
Well, it seems
The bag had some gems in it and some shrubbery. If I can't recall my accent just went to shit right there. Sorry.
Okay.
Good day, mate.
It had some gems in it and some plants, and it did not like when I put my hammer to it.
We put our heads together. Does anyone have any idea what that was about?
Everyone can roll me either Arcana or History.
No.
Can I give someone the help action instead of rolling?
I'll say sure. If you want to choose one person to give the help action to, you may do so to see if you can recall any tales or anything like that about what you experienced with this bag and the ghost.
Now, seeing as I saw what was inside, can I give a good description of it to see if it helps?
Sure. You might not need it based on Rothbart's reaction over there.
Well, I was gonna give Rothbart the help action.
That was a nat 20. So that
Nice.
was already a flat 20. I feel within probably would have been more history rather than Arcana.
So you've
Still the same roll.
heard tales of ghosts and things that tie ghosts to this material plane. Your guess is that whatever that item was for the ghost was this bag.
I think that the ghost just was attached to the bag. It usually does that. I am a bit... Trek seemed to... he spoke a bit better for kobolds, but he doesn't seem to remember anything, so I wonder... Because he said that they found the bag on their travels. So did... Now, I don't want to say that I'm at fault for this because I was under duress while a bag was being thrown at me and there was a sudden ghost and there was a fake kobold with wings or something. Did my actions technically now make it a haunted mine?
With the ghost kind of trying to take over my body, was I able to make a connection to kind of like get an understanding of it, or was it just simply a straight up projection?
It was just that you were able to keep it out of your body, essentially.
Okay, got it.
Alright. As you all head back to the Blue Clam, I take it, or are you heading back to the east side? The east side being the inn, the Blue Clam being where Speaker Oris is, and where the tavern proper is at.
We'd have to go to the Blue Clam to
get paid. We have to go to the east side to sleep.
And I do believe some folks said they were in dire need of coin. So, perhaps we should go claim that coin. Lest they want to sleep in a woodshed.
What is wrong with woodshed?
Not the most comfortable for the average person.
Too hot inside.
Yes, I think we should pick up the money first, then.
Just a little bit nippy outside.
And I guess we can grab a drink there.
Money
as
first,
well,
grab
if
the
that was part of the
drinks.
plan.
Well, Estevan, can you lead the way?
You bet I can, and I will lead the way.
Alright. As you all begin heading to the Blue Clam, Mortok, are you following along with them?
I will follow to like the edge of town, but I won't go into town.
Do I notice more talk dip?
You can audibly hear the difference in the footsteps of the party when Mortok stops.
I will turn around. You don't want to come back into town, have a drink, have a bite?
No.
Will you let us bring you a drink and a bite out here?
Perhaps.
You wait here. I'll bring you something here in just a bit.
Alright. Easily enough, you're all able to travel into town, get some food, drinks, and inform Speaker Oris that he can go inspect the mines. He informs you that he and several of his miners will head out this evening to go check for the safety and condition of the mines, and that barring any major oversights on your part, he will be bringing the money to you at the east side, where you've all said you would be staying, first thing in the morning. You're easily enough able to eat, drink, and bring some food and drink as well back out to Mortok. Is there anything else you would like to do with your evening?
I'm good.
I'm good. Yeah, a good rest.
All right. As you all get some rest and you wake up the next morning, that is where we will leave our session for tonight. Congratulations, everybody. You did it. That's our first session. You did it. We're done.
We had a blast.
Oh, thank you guys so much for being here. Does anyone have anything that they would like to plug and share with everybody?
I'll let anybody go first if anybody has something.
In some point in the next couple weeks, Rose is gonna have some new merch up.
Yeah.
So be on the lookout for that.
Which also, the Rime of the Frostmaiden merch is now live in the store. So there is some stuff we will be adding to the collection, especially if you guys have anything that you would like to request. If you want to rep any of our players and support the stream and help us make this even cooler and better for everybody involved, please consider checking that out if you would like to do so.
I'm gonna plug my Instagram.
Yeah, plug your Instagram.
I don't stream, but I do put pictures online. So if anybody wants to follow me and keep the dream alive, that would be awesome.
You guys, please go consider following Josh on his Instagram where he's taking some photos. Check out what he's doing over there. Does anybody else have anything else that they would like to plug?
Don't have anything like major planned for the next week or so. I probably have like my anniversary stream that I have to plan out, but other than that, just streaming as normal. Starting tomorrow again for the week. So that's all.
All right.
Stickers.
Anyone else, anything that they would like to do? All right. Then on that lovely note, besties, I have fantastic news for you. You are officially level 2 at the start of our next session, so you may, in fact, go ahead and level up over your little bit of a break. Our next session that we have for Icewind Dale, for everybody who is wanting to follow along and continue to support our lovely players, is on September 15th at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So same time that we started today, we will be starting on September 15th, and we will play for just about as long or a little longer potentially than we did today. We would love to see you guys there if you are feeling up to it. Everybody, we do have a tradition as we level up for our players to roll their hit dice for their level up health gain together. So if everyone will grab their appropriate hit die.
D8s for druids and clerics.
And bards.
Yes.
All right, and everybody go ahead and roll that die.
Hell yes.
Somebody got max.
All right.
All right, what did everybody get on that hit die?
That is a 12 for me.
A 4.
A 6.
Okay.
Hold on. I'm deciding if I want to take my second level in monk.
What?
But it doesn't matter because the other thing that I would do is a D8 anyway. So hang on. Close to max. That's okay. That's a 8.
Woo!
Nice.
All right.
So Rose, that means so I add whatever number I rolled to my max hit points.
Plus your constitution.
Plus your constitution.
It's your constitution.
All right, players. On that lovely note, everybody, we are going to raid out. We're going to continue sharing the love. I know you guys are always as amazing and beautiful and wonderful as you always are as we prepare to go and visit and make some new friends. We are going to raid over to somebody called Nikki Nerds Out, who is doing co-working and world building. You can see they've got a Pomodoro timer up, so if you also are somebody who likes to be able to do co-working alongside somebody, that can be really helpful. They are prepping for their next session, and they are super sweet from everything that I've seen and heard about them, so we're going to go over there. If you are feeling up to it, please consider coming along with us, hanging out. We would love to see you over there. Either way, in the meantime, you guys, please take care of yourselves. Make sure that you are hydrating with water. Make sure that you are eating some food, taking your meds, doing any sort of vitamins or anything else that you're supposed to take. Get some appropriate rest, do some self-care. I love you so very much. We will see you guys before you know it. Bye, everybody. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.